Yeah, I object. I haven't even seen it, first of all. And second of all, again, for the record.
Mr. Brooks, I'm dealing only with the exhibit right now. Sorry for the interruption, but I need to do that without interruption from you. 162A was a screen capture that related to an annotation that a witness made. I believe that was during witness number 34. Yes, that was Mr. Hallmark. And so based upon that, Exhibit 162A is received, and I will so advise the jury when they come in. Sir, I'm not going to address any preliminary matters at this point. I've already addressed a number of things yesterday. The jury is to be brought out.
No, it was some things that needed to be discussed about the paperwork from yesterday.
We'll take that up on a break. You can look over it. You can make a note and pass it to
I've
my clerk.
already looked over it, Your Honor. With all respect, I think there's some things.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to deal with it right now.
It's
paperwork. I just wanted it notated that you left it, and now it's being provided to you again.
I'm not referring to that paperwork.
I'm not dealing with the paperwork from the clerk of court's office either. I am not the custodian. We're going to bring the jury out.
Okay, but she should
Brooks?
know that she's trying
Mr.
to
Brooks,
get me to pay.
stop. I
She's
am
trying
not
to get me to
addressing
pay
it.
something. It has to be addressed, Your
All right,
Honor,
I'm
'cause
going to
if I
take
don't-
a quick break and make sure the jury is ready and we'll bring up the
If I don't
bench.
address it now.
All right, thank you. The jury can come on out.
So you're not going to address this civil matter?
No.
I was told to pay for something under a civil statute.
Mr. Brooks, I am not the custodian. Bring it up with the clerk of court.
How
Not
can I bring
addressing
it up
it.
with the clerk of court? How am I supposed to do that? So that makes me wonder if it's a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case.
the jury's coming out. I'm not
If
going to
it's-
address your request
if
for
it's
open
civil-
records.
if it's civil,
I'm not
then
the
it needs to
custodian
be
of the records,
who's
sir.
being sued? My Sesty Trust is being sued? Civil is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks, this
matter.
is an irrelevant matter that you're attempting to bring up in the presence
If it
of the
was-
jury. The
I
record
was
should
not. I was
reflect
trying
these
to bring it up
interruptions.
before the jury came out, Your Honor.
And I
know
told
that.
you I wasn't going to address it. Please.
Okay, so it's a civil matter. Who's being sued? My Sesty Trust? Because how can I be
Mr.
sued?
Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter between you and the clerk of court.
It wasn't irrelevant
So-
when I got the paperwork from the clerk of courts. I was simply
Mr.
trying
Brooks,
to address it.
I'm not going to address it. The jury will
So I'm
disregard
being
these
sued?
irrelevant
This is a civil
comments.
matter? We haven't addressed subject
All
matter
right, thank you,
jurisdiction yet at all
everyone.
either?
Please be seated. The jury
So
will
we're not gonna
disregard the
address subject
statements
matter?
Mr. Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
Yes. No,
All right,
they're not.
and
Just like this is a civil case.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's here. Please
Just like
show
this is a civil
respect
case.
and decorum.
According to this document, this is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant
I have the
matter. I'm
paperwork
starting
sent
the
by the clerk
trial.
of courts right here that says it's a civil matter.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
Sesty
case.
Trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
I got the paperwork right here.
all right, I'm
How
going
do
to
you
excuse
not know
the
what I'm
jury
talking
right
about?
now, given this disruption. All rise for the jury.
This should be properly addressed before the jury even comes out. That's why I tried to properly address it before we even went on the record.
Mr. Brooks, stop.
I'm not gonna. This is.
You are
I
not
was
being
given
respectful
this
to this
paperwork by you, Your
proceeding
Honor,
or to
with all
this
respect.
jury. No,
With
it's
all
not
due
with all due
respect.
respect.
With all due
Stating that doesn't
respect,
make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you,
Mr.
from
Brooks,
Monica Paz.
stop talking
the
till the
clerk of
jury
court.
is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
So why couldn't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it,
That
bottom
was the time
line.
to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addressings before the jury comes out, before we start the matter.
Please
I
be
was trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr.
this-
Brooks,
It states that
You
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
on what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday, as a courtesy that was provided to you, so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But
charge
from
me.
now on, I am not going to be the messenger and give you documents that you request to the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up. All right, it is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
because
need
it
to be
was-
noted, sir.
You
All right,
gave
the
it to
jury's
me-
coming
you gave
back
it to
out,
me in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for being disruptive, and for bringing up irrelevant matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination of this witness.
I object to that,
Did you
Your Honor.
hear what I said, sir?
No, I did not. I object to that, Your Honor.
Well, you can
And-
object, and your
and you-
objection is noted, but if you
For the
interrupt
record-
when this jury
for
comes
the
out,
record-
they will go, I will have them taken out again, and you will be removed to the next courtroom.
You can't, what is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the
And-
other cases that
and it
I've
doesn't
cited
say
previously.
anything
I'll
but-
make the appropriate record. Stop interrupting me. The jury's coming out. We're continuing with this trial despite your repeated efforts to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
mischaracterization
sit
of the
down.
record.
Yesterday alone, sir, 17 interruptions, not including the opportunity that I gave you where you spent 50 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations and requests not based in law or fact. I was abundantly patient with you yesterday.
And you still haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said,
none
Your
of that
Honor.
is required, sir.
Because it
And
is. You can't verify
your
any proof.
belief
Where's
that
the
that's the
subject matter-
law
where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the law and doesn't make it so.
It's
So,
clearly
again-
relevant because you didn't want to.
I'm
address
going
it.
to step off and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off,
I'm
and
not-
when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm
out,
not angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, the jury can be brought out, please. I need to stand here because the camera needs to stay so they don't catch the jurors.
Once again, not addressing the subject matter jurisdiction yet again.
Maybe a little bit more in the procedural, just
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah.
All rise.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while you were not with us, the state moved Exhibit 162A, and I did receive it. With that, who do we have on the witness stand?
The state calls Assistant Chief Craig Learman.
All right, sir, would you please stand and raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Sir, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name Craig, C-R-A-I-G. Last name Learman, L-I-E-R-M-A-N-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Sunday, November 21st of 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you alone or with other people?
I was with my family.
Overruled.
Could you say that again?
I was with my family.
And I see you're wearing a uniform today. What do you do for a living?
I'm Assistant Chief with the Franklin Police Department.
Were you at the parade in your law enforcement capacity?
I was not.
Why were you there?
I was there to attend the parade just to get in the Christmas mood.
Okay. And did you have any family members participating in the parade?
I did not.
Where were you standing or observing the parade?
I was standing on West Main Street, very near the intersection of Maple, just to the west of Maple.
Do you know if you were on the north side or the south side of Main Street?
I was on the south side of Main Street.
Could we please put up for the jury exhibit number 15, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead. Overruled.
And could we zoom in on the bottom left quadrant here? Do you recognize the area on the map that you're looking at?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It's a map of the parade route, Christmas parade route.
Could you draw a little X for us, if you can find where you were standing with your family?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you want me to go up and touch the map? Is that how
Oh,
it
the
works, or-
screen in front of you. I'm sorry. The screen in front of you is a
Okay.
touch screen. You can use your finger.
Sure. Okay.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I would be right, basically right there, just west of the intersection with Maple by maybe 20 to 50 feet.
Okay. Southwest corner, Maple and Main.
Yes.
We can clear that then, please. Could we now please display for the jury Exhibit 56, which has also been previously received and published?
Go ahead.
This is an exhibit has already been received into evidence. It's obviously a diagram of the intersection we're talking about. Do you recognize this intersection?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
And could you point out for us by, again, drawing a little X where you and your family were standing?
Yes, it would be approximately right here.
Okay. So again, southwest corner of Maple and Main.
Yes.
Do you recall what happened? We can take that down, please. Do you recall what happened at approximately 4:39 p.m. that Sunday afternoon?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Sure. Standing at that location, the parade was coming from my right to my left, so from the east to the west. There was a break in the parade in front of me. To my right was the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. To my left was a group from the Catholic community of Waukesha, and there was a break in the parade right in front of me, an opening. I heard the crowd become more excited than normal. So I felt like something was coming, but I didn't know what. Didn't know if it was a unusual parade thing or what, but people became more excited, so it kind of grabbed my attention. Then I realized that something wasn't quite right. I could see a vehicle traveling from the east to the west. At first I could only see the top portion of the vehicle from maybe the windshield up, because there was people obviously standing along the route, so they kind of obstructed my view. But I could see that the vehicle was traveling at a much faster rate than any of the other participants, so clearly something was wrong.
Could you describe the vehicle for us?
At first I could only tell that it was probably like an SUV, because of, again, my vision was obstructed by the people that were standing watching the parade. As I got closer, I could see that it was a red Ford Escape SUV.
What happened as the SUV got closer to you?
As it got closer to me, I could hear that the engine was revving very high. The RPMs were much higher than normal, almost like it was maybe in the wrong gear, or there was something mechanically wrong with it. It was revving, like I said, revving much higher than a typical car. It definitely grabbed your attention.
Okay, what happened next?
As I got closer, I could hear something which I didn't know if it was like the engine sputtering, or I didn't really know what it was. Again, kind of unusual. But then as it got closer, you could see that it was, again, traveling at a high rate of speed. I was concerned at that point in time that either there's some sort of mechanical issue with the car possibly, or maybe some parade participant was having a medical emergency, but the vehicle was clearly not under control in relation to everything else that was going on.
How close did the SUV get to you?
As it passed me, it came more towards my side of the street, so it would have been traveling essentially west in what would be the eastbound lanes normally. So when it passed by me, it was very close, probably maybe 10 feet away at most.
Were there parking spaces in front of you where you were standing?
Overruled. You may answer.
I believe there were, yes.
Do you recall if the vehicle passed through the parking spaces in front of you at all?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time? What were the sunlight, street lights, things like that?
It was, if I remember correctly, it was getting to be towards dusk. I don't believe the street lights were on at that point in time, but it was getting darker, but it was still, like I said, I would describe it as maybe dusk, slightly before that.
How good of a look did you get at the driver?
A very good look.
Okay. Can you describe, or can you give us a physical description of what you remember?
I remember the driver being a light-skinned male black, approximately mid to late 30s. Had very facial hair and what I would describe as like dreadlocks, longer hair.
What was the driver doing as he passed you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
As he was driving by, the window was open. He stuck his head and actually like the upper portion of his body out the driver's window and looked back behind him.
The window you're talking about, which window is that?
It would be the driver's window.
And he actually stuck his head out the window.
Objection. Lead the witness.
Overruled. He may answer.
Correct, to the point where it crossed my mind that he actually may fall out. That's how far out I perceived him to be.
What direction was the driver looking when he stuck his head out the window?
He was looking behind him.
From the direction that he had come from?
Correct.
What happened next?
At that point, when he looked back and then he kind of turned towards the front, based on his body language, my heart kind of sank because I felt like what I thought could be maybe a medical emergency or something like that. To me, it clearly, I felt like it was an intentional act, so that obviously upset me a little bit. And then the driver, after he had leaned back, he turned forward, he grabbed the steering wheel, he pulled himself up off the seat and cranked the steering wheel to the right.
So let the record reflect that the witness used both hands at the 10 and 2 position to simulate the driver's hands on the steering wheel.
Objection to that.
Overruled. The record will reflect.
What happened as the driver cranked the steering wheel to the right?
Unfortunately, when he did that, he essentially steered the vehicle across the parade route at a diagonal angle directly through a group of people that were walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
Based on your memory of where those people were in the road and the SUV's path of travel, what would have happened if the SUV had simply maintained a straight path instead of veering to the right?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe that there was a gap between where the Catholic community from Waukesha were standing and the parade spectators. So there should have been an open alleyway if he would have went straight.
What happened next?
Unfortunately, when he drove through that group, he struck many of them, a lot of them kind of bouncing off the hood, and some of them, unfortunately, actually ran over. I could see people come out from underneath the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle at any point attempt to strike the word attempt? Did you at any point see the vehicle slow down?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
Did you see brake lights?
Nope, none.
Did you hear a horn honking?
Nope, not at all.
I'd like to put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 133.
Go ahead.
This is a 5-second clip. It's cleared now. We're going to just play it for you once. Let me know if you recognize what you're looking at after you watch it, okay?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Okay.
Do you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That depicts the red Ford Escape traveling through the closed parade route from the east of Maple through that intersection with Maple on Main Street to the west, very close to where I was standing.
Does that video accurately depict the events as you saw them unfold that day?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 133 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. Exhibit 133 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We could just wait for the bailiff to give me a signal.
There's a delay to the monitors in the jury box.
Okay.
Could you just tell us which part of the screen does the SUV enter?
Objection, leave the witness.
Overruled.
It enters from the right side of the screen and progresses across to the, essentially kind of the left side of the screen.
Okay, let's play this once then.
Why was it playing so fast? Is that normal speed?
Mr. Brooks, it's not your time to ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to ask those previously, or when. Go ahead.
Could we put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 132? So same concept here. I'm just going to play a few seconds for you. You let me know if you recognize the area depicted in the video and what happens as it plays. Let's keep going. Okay. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows the same red Ford Escape SUV that I've been talking about come in from the right-hand side of the screen across the left-hand side of the screen, striking at least one person there.
And do you see the vehicle changing position in the road towards the end of that video?
Objection, leave the witness.
Overruled.
Can I see it again?
Sure.
For the record, how long is this clip?
It is 11 seconds.
Thank you.
From my perspective, the vehicle travels straight through the video from right to left.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Move exhibit 132 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Exhibit 132 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Wait for the bailiff. Okay, we can play. I'd like to go back to the 6-second mark. Set it to 40%, please. And play from there.
Go ahead.
Can we go back to the 6-second mark?
Objection. What's the relevancy? Keep going back.
I presume you have a question for the witness?
I do, yep.
All right, overruled.
Can you, using a little X again, can you draw on the screen the approximate area where you would have been standing at this time?
Sure. I would have been somewhere down in that area.
Okay. So the sidewalk running kind of up the middle of the screen here, that'll run into Maple,
Yes.
and then you would be on the other side of Maple.
Objection, leave the witness.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Just caution the state about leading questions. Thank you.
Do you know what side of the street this camera is on, north or south?
This,
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, he asked if he knew.
this camera would be on the south side of Main Street.
And what direction is the camera facing?
This camera will be facing to the west.
Okay. And can we back up a little bit, maybe to the 3-second mark.
Yes.
Okay, we're at the 3-second mark. Do you see the SUV that you've been talking about in the video right now?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you please circle it for us? Thank you. We can clear that. Now, paying attention to the tail lights, let's play again at 40% from that spot, 3 seconds. What did you see the taillights of the SUV doing in the last few seconds of that video?
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't see the taillights on. As far as like brake lights, I didn't see any brake lights.
But the rear-facing lights were illuminated in some way, correct?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained.
Asked about
Please.
tail lights, not brake lights.
Please rephrase.
Sure. Did you see any lights on the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
Which ones?
Taillights.
And what did you see the taillights doing in that portion of the video?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
The taillights were on.
But the position of the vehicle, did you see that change?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I did not.
Okay. You testified earlier that you thought there might be some type of mechanical issue. Did you maintain that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
Based on the body language that the driver had exhibited as he passed me, there was no panic, there was no distress, like he was trying to stop the vehicle. In fact, he seemed to me like he was excited about what he was doing.
Would please put up for the witness exhibit number 34, again for the witness only.
Go ahead.
134, excuse me. Yep.
Go ahead. 134.
We're going to play, this is a 16-second clip. We're just going to play the first 7 or 8 seconds for you. That's good. We played 6 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Do I recognize the vehicle in the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection, that wasn't the question, Your Honor.
Overruled. He may answer.
The answer was yes?
Yes.
Okay. This is based on your recollection of the scene that day. This would be where in relation to where you were standing?
That would be west of my location.
What happens to Main Street as you go west of where you were standing?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Approximately a block to the west, the road takes a sharp turn to the left or south.
You testified earlier that the driver's window was down when it passed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this video accurately depict how the SUV looked, including that window, at the time you saw it?
Objection, speculative. No window was open.
Overruled. He may answer. He's testifying about what he recalled, not what someone else thought. Go ahead.
Yes.
I move Exhibit 134 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection, hearsay.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 134 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, we'll play this once at full speed. The video that we just played, Exhibit 134, that's how you recall seeing the video that day, the vehicle that day?
Yes.
Now, if we could put up for the witness only, Exhibit number 9, please. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the red SUV that I saw on the parade that day. The damage done depicts in the front of the vehicle is consistent with what I saw. The driver's window is open, like I saw, and that's the driver that I saw driving the vehicle that day.
Does Exhibit 9 appear to be a screenshot from the video that we just saw, Exhibit 134?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 9 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. Speculative.
Exhibit 9 is received. Permission to publish is granted. Does that come up in the jury box yet? No. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. What did you do after the SUV drove out of your field of view?
Checked on my family. They were physically unharmed. So then I went into the road to see how I can help people.
Did you?
Yes.
Who?
Stepped out into the road. I looked to my left, to my right, in each direction. I would estimate probably 12 to 15 people in each direction that were lying in the road in various positions. I just walked up to the first people that I saw to my west, which would have been people that were with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
And did you attempt to render any medical aid to anybody in that group?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So I happened upon two people. One was an adult male, and then one was a small child, probably 8 to 11. The adult male was conscious, was lying on his side. I believe it was the right side of his head on the ground. He complained that he couldn't move his legs. And then the young girl was unconscious. She was laying on her stomach, face down, with her head tucked essentially down underneath her, like onto her chest essentially.
The adult male that you described, did he provide you with a first name?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
Jason.
The girl that you mentioned, did you ever learn her name?
I have an idea who it is now. I did not learn it that day though.
Okay. What happened as you came upon that girl with her head tucked down into her chest?
I believe there was at least one other Good Samaritan that had come down to assist her. She was not, like I said, she was not conscious. She was breathing, but the breaths were more like snoring. I recognized that she was not getting good quality breaths. Could be characterized as agonal breathing, possibly, but she was not breathing normally.
What did you do?
I told the other Good Samaritan that we needed to get her in a better position so she could get adequate breaths, because where she was not. At first, the person was a little reluctant because they didn't want to hurt her more by moving her. But I convinced them that she's not breathing appropriately right now, and we have to move her carefully so that she can have an opportunity to breathe.
So did you?
Yes.
Did you help anybody else with the group that you've identified as the Catholic communities?
Objection answered.
Overruled.
Eventually, there was several people that came and helped the young girl with various levels of medical training. I think one was like a retired military medic, and there was at least one nurse. So they were helping her to the point where I really could not provide any additional aid. So I kind of walked around to see if there was anybody else I could help.
Was there?
Yes, there was many people at that point.
Did you help anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
I actually ran into an officer who was also off duty from Franklin that I recognized. I didn't attend the event with him, but I ran into him. We worked together then to help at least one other person into the back of a sheriff's squad that had come onto the parade route to try to help get people to area hospitals.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a
There's been an objection. It's not speculative. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Okay. It was a marked Waukesha County Sheriff's SUV.
Okay. What happened next?
By that time, there was a lot of medical equipment that was arriving on scene. I know there was a longboard that we tried putting some of the victims on, but the longboard wouldn't fit in the back of the SUV because it's a hard seat, and it just wouldn't fit in there. So we ended up using like a makeshift stretcher out of a blanket, and then we carried one of the victims into the back of the sheriff SUV, and then the officer who was with me from Franklin, he actually rode with her in the back, or the female victim, and went to an area hospital.
Do you recall the first name of that female victim?
I believe it was Marisol.
Marisol?
Objection, legal meetings.
It's a clarification.
Legal meetings.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you eventually leave the downtown Waukesha area?
Yeah, approximately 5:30 after all the victims that had been lying in the road were taken care of. There was nothing left for me to do at that point.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions for this witness, sir?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Would you happen to be on duty today, right now, if you weren't testifying?
Yes.
And so right now, would it be fair to say that you are on the clock?
Yes.
So on the clock, would it be fair to say that you're getting paid right now?
Yes.
Would that be for your testimony, or just because you would be on the clock otherwise?
These would be my normal work hours right now.
So you're being paid to testify right now as we speak?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Grounds?
He may answer.
Yes.
Any idea why you would be getting paid to testify?
Because these are my normal work hours. This is when I'm working, and I've been subpoenaed by the state to be here.
So the state's paying you to testify?
The city of Franklin is paying me.
To testify?
These are my normal work hours.
So testifying in open court is part of your duties as an officer?
Yes.
So you've done this more than just this time, then would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And each time you were paid to do so?
Yes.
You made mention to the state of Wisconsin. Is that who you were subpoenaed by?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom?
No.
You were in fact subpoenaed though, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you don't recall by whom the subpoena was delivered to you? The name on the subpoena?
No.
So would it be fair to say that upon being subpoenaed, you were in touch with the state of Wisconsin?
Specifically, the Waukesha County DA's office.
Do you recall who those interactions were with?
Not specifically.
So it'd be fair to say you had an interaction with the Waukesha County District's Attorney's Office, but don't recall who you spoke with.
I spoke with a group of people from the DA's office.
Do you remember anyone by name?
One of the people was the gentleman, the DA at the table.
That the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table and identified Attorney Whichow?
Objection.
The record will so reflect.
So you knew that it was a strong possibility that you would be called to testify then, I'm assuming. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you seek to testify in any way?
I don't understand the question.
Were you actively seeking to testify? Like, did you, on your end, did you reach out and volunteer testimony?
After the incident, I did complete a report of what I saw that day and gave it to the Waukesha Police Department.
So after that report that you submitted, you didn't follow up on what was happening in the matter at that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say, after you gave the report on the incident, you just went back to work and continued your normal duties. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you follow much in the aftermath of the matter at that point after you submitted your report?
Not really.
Don't recall seeing any news reports related to the incident?
I may have saw some.
You made reference at one point to, well, let me back up. Was today the first time you ever saw those exhibits, the videos and still frame photo?
No.
So you've seen that before today?
Yes.
You recall how many times?
I believe probably once a piece.
Do you recall who you were shown them by?
The
Same.
table. Yeah.
Same attorney?
Yes.
Let the record also reflect that, again, he's made a right hand gesture to the prosecution table and identified as Attorney Whichow again.
No objection.
Record will so reflect.
And do you recall around what date that was? Was it recently? Was it some time ago?
It was recently.
And what would you define as recently? A few weeks, a few days, a month?
A few weeks.
And exhibit, I want to say it was 133, or maybe 132. You recall seeing the vehicle that you saw that day going through the parade route. Would that be fair to say?
Could I see the exhibit? I'm not sure which one specifically you're referring to.
Let's try exhibit 132. That may be.
The state, put that up, please.
Yep.
For the witness only or for everyone?
For everyone.
All right, go ahead.
I don't have it on my screen.
It takes a moment.
Okay.
Should have it now. Jurors,
Yes.
let me know when you have it in the jury box.
I have it. I have it now.
No, I need the jurors to let me know when they get it, since there's more of a delay to the jury box and those monitors. Thank you. It's in the jury box. Go ahead.
You made reference when shown this exhibit. You made reference to being positioned around like right in that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
If you could play the video from, I don't know, maybe starting at around 5 seconds.
Give me a second, I need to clear the annotation. You don't want it captured in any way, do you?
Oh no, not good.
All right.
Can you play it? Did you see the vehicle pass the position where you were standing in that exhibit?
Yes.
You made reference to the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the driver's side window, and I think your words were, you were concerned that the driver may fall out of the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say from that exhibit video that the driver of that vehicle is not hanging out of the window?
In that portion of the video, he is not hanging out the window.
So what portion, let me back up. In any of the exhibits that you were shown, does any of them depict the driver hanging out of the window on the verge of falling out?
No.
So at what position were you in when you observed what you said as the driver hanging out of the window and you being concerned that possibly they would fall out? Where were you positioned at that time?
I would have been standing on the south side of Main Street, just west of Maple, by a few feet.
Do you know of any reason why the exhibits are not depicting what you say you saw?
That portion of the video only covers from a distance where I was. It would have been the very tail end of that when it's going to the west. That video is probably from several hundred feet to the east of where I am. So
Several hundred feet? How would you estimate that distance?
just I know where that video was taken from and where I was standing. That's an estimate of about how far.
And you know that for sure?
It's an estimate.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure.
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds
Sustain.
for sustain, Your Honor.
Argumentative. Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Would it be fair to say that in the exhibit that was just shown, that from the position that you said that you would have been positioned at, would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed that position pretty quickly?
Yes.
So how were you able to get a look at the driver if it passed your position quickly and we can see lots of people standing in that position?
When the vehicle passed by me, the vehicle at that point in time was a threat to me and my family. So I was very focused on what was going on, very focused. And it passed directly in front of me, about 10 feet away. So all my attention was directly on that vehicle. That's how I noticed that.
And you saying it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Approximately, yes.
Does this exhibit that was just shown depict what you are saying now, that it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Yes.
So can we pull that back up?
Sure.
Exhibit 132.
It'll be shown to everyone.
Yes.
And if the jurors would let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please. Go ahead. You
Jury
want
got-
it played? They have it, yep, they confirmed. Do you want it played from a certain
Well,
spot?
I'll get to that. Just so we're clear for the record and for the jury, your position would be somewhere in here as you testified. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. But
Can we put an X down?
Hold on, let him finish. You interrupted
Okay,
him.
okay.
given the angle of this, it's very hard for me to show precisely where I am. It's a little, if I can draw an X, I'm trying to draw it as far,
You need to use your finger.
I'm sorry,
That's okay.
like as far down here as possible. It's not right, it's not like any of these people here. It's actually, because this is still, all this video here is still on the east side of Maple. I am on the west side of Maple. So when I put an X here, I am essentially, I'm going to call it way down there, several hundred feet. I'm not any of these people pictured. Does that make sense?
No, it actually doesn't, but I was referring, so I probably had it a little coming this way, so by what you're saying, you would have been approximately in this area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Object to the annotation. The witness drew twice now where he was, and I think adequately explained it.
Grounds.
I'm going to sustain the objection and direct Mr. Brooks to have the witness put where the area that he was in.
Okay.
So we'll clear the annotation and go ahead. If you could do that, sir.
Again, it would be.
Now, did you mean to put that arrow?
I did not mean to put that arrow there.
Let's clear it again. We'll have you do it. I know it's a touchy screen, so do it again.
So you and your family were approximately in the area of where you drew the X. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that there are quite a few people in that area?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you can see, I guess it would be some type of lights from the vehicle that passed? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you estimate that where you can see those lights and where you would have positioned that is 10 feet.
Can you repeat the question?
Would you say that where you can see those lights at, that you just said that you can see, and the position that you drew yourself to be positioned in, you would estimate that that's 10 feet?
Yes.
And I'll object and move to strike. I think this is a misleading question. We're at the beginning of the video. Those taillights are not the vehicle in question.
Where did the tail lights come from then?
A different vehicle.
So would it be fair to say that the
Hold on.
different
There's been an
vehicle is 10
object.
feet?
There's been an objection. I believe the question mischaracterized the evidence. So strike the question. Strike his response. Please rephrase. If you want to watch the video again to establish what you're asking, that would be fine.
Before I play, do you recall there being any other vehicles positioned by where you were standing there with your family?
Hold on. Are you talking about at the time that we're seeing this, or
At the time that we're looking at right now, do you recall any other vehicles being present, positioned where you were standing with your family?
I believe there was a vehicle to my left, which would have been immediate to my left was the group that was walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha, and just to the west of them was some sort of vehicle that was participating in the parade.
So it would have been a little bit further west.
Yes.
From your recollection, would you say that that was the vehicle that you said would have been positioned a little further west?
Sir, do you mean the vehicle in the photo? in
Yes, the
video?
vehicle that.
Thank you.
The vehicle in the exhibit. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we all understand.
Okay,
It's possible that's the vehicle.
but you don't know for sure.
No.
Can you play a little bit of it? I'll tell you when to pause. Can we bring the X off?
We can, and we will. Go ahead and play.
Pause. Would it be fair to say that it looks like the vehicle that's traveling with direction, would that be west?
Which vehicle are you referring to?
The vehicle that just drove through the middle of the screen.
Yes.
For
Would
the
it be
record,
fair?
hold on. For the record, the video was paused at 4 seconds. Go ahead.
Does the vehicle appear to be in the middle of the street? Would that be fair to say?
At that point, yes.
And would you estimate the middle of the street to be 10 feet from where you were positioned at the time?
No, I would be a little further than that.
And with all the people in that general vicinity, would that in any way be hard for you to focus on if you could actually see who was driving the vehicle?
No, when I gave the description, the vehicle was right in front of me and there was nobody in my way.
Do you see yourself? Did your position move closer to the vehicle, as we can see that it's in the middle of the street and you just testified to that? Did you move closer to the vehicle or did you move back from the vehicle? What did you do at that point when you noticed that the vehicle was approaching your position?
It happened very quickly. I don't know that I moved in any direction when the vehicle came by.
So to your recollection, you pretty much stayed where you were at.
Yes, it happened very quickly.
So it'd be fair to say that it was, well, let me back up. What will you define as very quickly? Few seconds?
Yes.
And in a few seconds, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the window and almost falling and doing all that in just a few seconds?
Yes.
And you also made mention to the driver of the vehicle looking behind them. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
So, in your recollection, you witnessed the driver hanging out of the driver's side window, being concerned that they would possibly fall out of the vehicle, and looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line, all in a few seconds.
Can you repeat that question?
You were able to see, because you testified that everything happening very quickly, and then you defined that as being a few seconds. Would that be fair to say that that's what you just testified to?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, in those few seconds, you were able to see, from your recollection, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the vehicle, you being concerned that the driver would possibly fall from the vehicle. Notice that the driver was looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line. You witnessed all this in a few seconds.
I would not say continue to drive in a straight line. All the rest of that, yes.
You witnessed all that in a few seconds.
Yes.
Are we done with the video?
Oh yeah, we done with the video. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Just so we're clear for the record, the exhibit that we just watched, the driver of the said vehicle is not hanging out of the window. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
You made reference to the make and model of the vehicle. How were you able to determine that in just a few seconds?
Given my job, I know different makes and models of vehicles, so I'm positive on the make and model.
So would you know the make and model of pretty much any vehicle that would pass you on a street?
Most, yes.
Most, but not all.
Some of the newer vehicles look very similar. Some might be a little difficult, but I'm very confident in that vehicle description.
You were able to determine that in a few seconds?
Yes.
You made mention to some mechanical problems. You believe that there may have been some mechanical problems. How were you able to come to that determination?
That was my initial concern because of the noise that the engine was making. It wasn't a normal engine noise. The RPMs were revving much higher than normal.
Can you explain to the jury what do you mean by that, the RPMs? How that has any bearing on the engine?
It sounds very, very high pitched. This is very different than a normal vehicle driving down the road. Very, very high pitched. It would get your attention.
And so upon hearing that, from your recollection, you thought because of that sound that there had to be some mechanical problems going on with the engine.
I thought that there could be.
But it was your first initial thought, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to hear that sound and come to a conclusion that possibly there were mechanical issues all in a few seconds.
A lot runs through your mind at that point in time, yes.
And would it be fair to say, because depicting from the exhibit, that there were quite a few people in that general area, you were able to hear this engine over all the noise and chaos that was going on at that time?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can hear the engine clear over all those people?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present at the parade that day?
Hundreds for sure in my area, sure.
In your general area, hundreds?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that hundreds of people can get pretty loud?
Yes.
You stated that, I can't remember what side of the road you said it would be, but you made reference to an open alleyway. Do you recall saying that?
No.
Do you recall if you were positioned by any cross streets?
Yes, there was an intersection just to my right with Maple Avenue.
Do you recall if it was barricaded at the time?
I believe it was, but I couldn't say for sure.
Do you recall if any law enforcement was stationed at that barricade?
I don't recall.
So it would be fair to say you don't recall if there could have been an exit out of the parade route at that time?
I don't recall.
In any of the exhibits that you were shown, and not the still frames, but the videos, 132, 133, and I think it was 134. Did you see yourself in any of those videos?
I did not.
Did you see your family members in any one of those videos?
I did not.
To back up really quick to the mechanical issue again, you made mention to sounding like the engine was sputtering. Do you recall that?
Yes.
can you define to the jury what you mean by sputtering?
I heard noises that sounded like almost like a popping, which at the time I didn't know what was. I thought it was possibly mechanical related. In retrospect, it may have been impacts of the vehicle hitting things. I don't know. I don't know which it was.
It would be fair to say that, based on what you testified to earlier about the RPMs and you knowing that would have something to do with the engine being louder, high pitched, I think it was what you said. It would be fair. Do you think it would be fair to say that if that is pursuant to the actual engine, how could that have anything to do with something being struck if that's engine, that's inside of the vehicle?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure what the specific question was.
The mechanical issues that you are describing was pretty much geared towards engine trouble. Would that be fair to say? A sputtering engine, high pitch?
It was very high pitched, so it could be a mechanical thing, or it could be the engine or the transmission being like in the wrong gear, so that it's sounding much higher.
From your line of work, obviously you've been doing it for a very long time. Engine or transmission, possibly the vehicle being in the wrong gear, as you just said, could that at any time cause someone who's driving the vehicle to lose control of the vehicle?
I guess it could.
Do you know for sure, or is that just a guess?
That's just a guess.
So you don't know for sure if that would cause, if the driver may have been stuck in the wrong gear, you're not sure if that would have caused them maybe to lose control of the vehicle at that point in time?
It could. I don't know.
From the, well, let me back up. From your recollection, do you recall there being any tints to the vehicle, like tinted windows or anything?
I don't recall.
Can we pull up Exhibit 9?
Go ahead.
Can we, how do you show it to everybody? Do you say publish?
It's on.
I'm sorry.
Published, yes. It may, and it is. Jury will let me know when it's in the jury box, please.
Would it be fair to say from this still shot depiction that there are in fact tinted windows of the vehicle that you identified?
It does appear that the windows in the back are tinted.
So you don't see any tinted windows on the side too?
Yes. When I mean back, I mean driver's door back.
I apologize. I didn't know what you meant by that.
Okay.
Back driver's side window and the window, the immediate window after that as well. Would it be fair to say that there, from this picture, there are two tinted windows that you can visibly see? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You can take that down. In that Exhibit 9 steel frame, it would be also fair to say that the driver is not hanging out of the window at that point?
That is fair to say. That is correct.
To your recollection, do you know who may have took any of those videos, not the still frames, but the videos that were shown?
No.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No.
Any of your family?
No.
Do you know if anyone filed a claim in this incident?
I don't understand the question.
Filed a claim like seeking to be an injured party.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Working in law enforcement, have you at any point seen the complaint in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer if he's able.
A complaint regarding this case?
Yes.
No.
Do you know if there's a plaintiff in this case?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Plaintiff in the case?
I sustain the objection.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to answer.
All right.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Being in law enforcement for as long as you have, are you aware that there has to be an injured party to bring a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained. Also misstates the law.
In any of your investigations during your career, were you ever made aware at any time that the state of Wisconsin can be a plaintiff in a matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And from your recollection, do you recall seeing any other occupants in the vehicle at the time?
I don't remember seeing anyone in the vehicle other than the driver.
Were you able to get a look inside of the vehicle?
I could only see the driver. I couldn't tell you whether there was anyone else in the vehicle or not.
So it would be fair to say that you're not sure.
That would be fair.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor. If we could bring 132 back up for the jury, and while we're waiting for their screens to come up, I do have some separate questions.
Go ahead.
You testified that you're getting paid today as you sit there, correct?
That is correct.
By the city of Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. State of Wisconsin's not cutting that check.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Correct. It's just the city of Franklin that's paying, no one else.
Do you get paid more money if there's a guilty verdict?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. It's not hearsay. You may answer.
No.
Direct your attention to Exhibit 132 on the screen. If we could jump ahead to maybe 3 seconds and slow it down to about 40%. One last time, I'd like you to draw an X to depict where you and your family were standing approximately.
Objection, answered numerous times already at this point.
I'd like to preserve this as an exhibit.
Go
since
ahead.
He's done it so many times. Can we save that as Exhibit 132A and I've moved that into evidence?
Objection, relevancy. Been answered numerous times.
Exhibit 132 is received.
132A, I believe.
Sorry, 132A.
Thank you.
Objection.
Overruled.
We can see the red SUV in the roadway on Main Street in this portion of the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the video, can you see the driver leaning his head or body out of the driver's window?
No.
Let's go frame by frame, please. And pause there. We've paused it at about 4 seconds. This is the approximate location on cross-examination where you were asked about your position and whether or not you were 10 feet from the vehicle. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this where it was on Main Street?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
Speculative. It's clearly not 10 feet.
It would.
The jury will disregard the comment made by Mr. Brooks. It's not testimony. The witness may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name. Objection to that, for the record.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this, as it's depicted right now in the video, is this where the vehicle was at that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Grounds for the overrule, Your Honor.
He may answer.
The vehicle at this point would still be east of my location.
Okay. So it hasn't, at this point in the video, it hasn't reached you and your family yet.
That is correct.
Let's go frame by frame, a few more frames, please. And we'll pause there.
Just for the record, it was not paused when you asked it to, so go ahead and get back to the spot.
Okay, we're going to resume that.
It should be at 4.
So looks like the video is at 4 seconds.
Yep, we'll play from there.
And if you could just indicate, hold on, what speed you're at.
We're going frame by frame at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, we've paused at 5 seconds. Is the vehicle now closer to the approximate location where it was near you and your family?
Objection.
Yeah.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
You described this video camera as being several hundred feet away from your location, is that right?
Approximately.
In your opinion, if the driver's body were hanging out the window at this point in the video, could we see it on the video?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. There was a question on cross-examination about your use of the phrase open alleyway. So just to clarify, what, if anything, was between the group of the Catholic group and the south curb of Main Street as the SUV drove through that area?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
I would believe that there was nothing in that space. It would be an open space.
And you testified that you saw the SUV veer from left to right. Is that correct?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
That is correct.
So I want to make sure that we're at about 40% speed here. This is still Exhibit 132. We're going to play from where we stopped, which is 5 seconds. In that last portion of the video, did you see the vehicle veer from left to right?
Yes.
Okay. In your description of a mechanical problem, you talked about the engine revving in what sounded like a high gear. Is that right?
Yes.
And almost as though it were stuck in the wrong gear.
Yes.
You're not a mechanic, are you?
No.
You testified that you thought it might be possible if a vehicle was stuck in the wrong gear that the driver could lose control. You remember saying that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Based on your limited knowledge of how vehicles work, if a vehicle is stuck in the wrong gear, do you know if the brakes still work?
Based on my knowledge, I would say yes. They should still work.
Your initial opinion that there may have been a mechanical problem, that changed at some point, didn't it?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Yes.
Why did that opinion change?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
It changed when I saw the driver and his body language.
What was that body language? What did you see?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would describe him as being in an excited state, not in a state of panic. More, again, excited or almost happy about what was going on, not panicked or scared.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called. Next witness.
State calls Ralph Salyers.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Ralph Salyers III, R-A-L-P-H. Last is S-A-L-Y-E-R-S.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
The City of Wauwatosa Police Department.
What county is that in?
It's in Milwaukee.
Not Waukesha.
Correct.
Do you recall where you were on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes, I was at the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
In downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
What were you doing there?
I was attending the parade with my family. My daughters were walking in the parade with their dance team.
Were you on duty?
No.
That was not the extreme dance team, was it?
No, it was Liberty Dance.
Okay. Did you watch them go down the parade route and perform?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were standing when that happened?
Yes, I was standing on the southeast corner of Maple and Main.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Curry Insurance Building?
No.
Okay. Do you remember any other businesses or landmarks in that area?
The corner where we were standing, there's a parking lot right there. It's like one of the only parking lots in the area.
Did you leave the parade at some point?
Yes, once my daughter's teams, the team passed by, we went to pick them up at the Cutler Park, which was the rallying area for after the parade.
Where is Cutler Park in relation to where you were observing the parade?
Would be about a block south and a block east.
Okay. Are there any public landmarks in that area other than the park itself?
The library's right there.
The Waukesha Library?
Yes.
What happened after you got to the Waukesha Library?
We picked my two girls up, and we were intending to go back and finish the parade, but it was a little cold and windy, and we decided to head home.
So what happened next?
We were walking back. I had driven separately. I came later to the parade to surprise them, so I had driven separately, and we walked back to the middle school parking lot where my wife had parked. My wife and her mother-in-law and my youngest daughter left with her, and then my older daughter and I continued to walk toward my vehicle.
What happened as you were walking towards your vehicle?
As we were walking south down Maple, on the east side of the sidewalk, I saw an SUV driving behind the houses on the west side of Maple, and I just assumed it was driving in a alley or a driveway. As I lost visual of the SUV, was driving behind houses, I heard a crash, which I'm familiar with vehicle crashes. It sounded like a vehicle crash. The vehicle then emerged a little bit further south from behind one of the residences there and drove down the driveway of that residence toward the street, toward my daughter and I.
And then what happened?
I saw that the front end of the SUV was severely damaged, and put two and two together, thought the damage was from the crash I had just heard. So the vehicle came eastbound down the driveway toward the sidewalk. I was standing across the street from it, and then it came to a stop. I saw the driver of the vehicle exit the vehicle. He came around to the front of the vehicle, looked at it, and yelled, "Fuck," and appeared to be panicked, went back and got items out of the driver's side of the vehicle, and then ran southbound.
The vehicle that you're talking about, do you remember what color it was?
It was a maroon Ford Escape.
What direction was the front of the vehicle facing when it came to a stop?
It's facing east.
And where were you in relation to the vehicle and the street?
I was directly across the street from it on the sidewalk.
Were there any vehicles between you and the red SUV that you've described when you saw the driver get out?
No,
Were there any other obstructions between you and the vehicle as you saw the driver get out?
no.
Do you remember approximately how long, in seconds or minutes, you saw the driver as he was getting out and then leaving?
It was just a few seconds. If I had to guess, 10 to 20.
Okay. And you've already said it was across the street. Do you remember approximately how many feet it would have been between you and the driver?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
If I had to guess, maybe 50 feet at most from one side of the street to the other, plus the length of the vehicle.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time in terms of sunlight and street lamps, if there were any?
Objection,
Yeah, it was-
relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
It was pre-dusk, I would describe it as.
How would you describe the physical appearance of the driver
What he was wearing?
and any other physical descriptors?
Well, he just looked to be kind of in a panic. Obviously, I just thought he was involved in a crash. And he was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans.
What about race?
I would
Objection.
have
Speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
I would have described him as a light-skinned African American or possibly Hispanic male.
And you, in fact, you you gave a statement to a fellow officer shortly after this happened, the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the description you gave to that officer?
Yes.
You've seen news reports about this case in the days or the time since November 21st, is that right?
Yes.
And you've seen photographs of Darrell Brooks in other contexts, is that correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know that individual, and it's
Go ahead. You may answer the question.
speculative.
It's not speculative.
Clearly.
Yes.
The person you saw get out of the driver's seat of that SUV on November 21st, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
The
Yes.
objection is hearsay. How he's speaking as a first eye-hand witness.
Overruled. I believe he answered, but could you state it again?
Yes, I see him. He's sitting at the defense table wearing a suit with a blue tie and a white surgical mask.
And just to be thorough, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask for a moment?
Please. Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask. Thank you. The record should reflect the mask has been removed.
How confident are you in your identification today?
100%.
Is your identification in court today colored in any way by seeing pictures of Mr. Brooks in other contexts
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
Can you describe the difference, if any, between Mr. Brooks' appearance today and his appearance on November 21st?
Objection, hearsay, and speculative.
It's neither one of those things. The objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection is irrelevant.
It is relevant. He may answer.
Not if he identified me already, so he said.
Mr. Brooks, please. The objection's been overruled. The witness may answer.
He's got very short hair right now, and he didn't then.
What did his hair look like on November 21st?
Objection,
Overruled. You may answer.
relevancy.
Go ahead. You may answer, sir.
He had longer hair.
I'm going to ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 65, please.
Go ahead.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're going to play a few moments from that video just to give you a chance to see if you recognize what's shown. Okay, that's good. We played 7 seconds out of the total of 36 seconds on this clip. You recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows me walking southbound on the east side sidewalk of Maple, just south of, I think that's Prospect, walking my dog Elvis and walking with my oldest daughter Ava.
Is that an accurate depiction of that scene as you saw it that day?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
Move
May
exhibit.
answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Move exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 65 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
This is 36 seconds. Let's play it through one time at 100% speed, please. You can go ahead. Go back to the beginning and pause it at the beginning there. Do you see yourself at the beginning of this video?
Yes.
Could you circle yourself for us? That's a touch screen, just use your finger. Thank you. We can clear that. You're the only person walking a dog in this video, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play and we'll pause at another point. Pause there at 4 seconds. You mentioned Prospect. Could you draw a line down Prospect for us? Okay, so that's the only cross street we can see clearly in the video. Correct?
Yes.
And do you see any vehicles on Prospect at this point?
See two.
Could you circle the one with...
Clearly more than 2 vehicles.
On Prospect.
I'll
was the question.
clarify.
No, you said on Prospect. He answered. His answer may stand.
Where's Prospect? Where are you referring
He already drew a line. The witness would redraw the line for Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do either of those vehicles have, appearing to you today, to have an inoperable headlight?
Yes.
Which one? If you could circle it, please.
Objection, leading.
It's not leading. He may answer.
Thank you. We can clear that. Then we'll resume at 4 seconds, please. Pause. Paused at 27 seconds. Do you see on the video right now the person you recall being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please circle that person for us? I'd like to mark and preserve this annotation as Exhibit 65A, please, and move it into evidence.
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 65A is received. Go ahead.
Yes, please. The clothing worn by the person you just circled, does that match your memory of what the driver was wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. And let's play from this point, 27 seconds. And we'll stop there. From the 27-second point to the end of the video, the person who you circled, does that match your memory of what the driver did that day after he got out of the SUV?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I attempted to call 911 to report a crash.
If we could take the video down, please. Did you get through on the first call?
No.
What about the second?
No.
Third?
No.
Did you eventually get through?
Fourth time.
Objection. Hearsay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. The objection is overruled. Could you please restate your answer, sir?
I believe I got through on the fourth attempt.
And that's when you reported what you saw?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions on cross-exam for this witness?
I do. Can we pull that exhibit back up again?
65.
And publish?
65 will be shown. Go ahead.
And publish.
Granted. Permission granted to publish. It's been received. Let me know, jurors, when 65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, right as this pause right now, it's not playing. It's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white-looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was, where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here, and the side street being here,
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated the touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect, intersecting with the street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember the name, and then an X where
Prospect, you said?
Prospect is the street in the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video. Go ahead.
So from where you're positioned right here by the X, you can see down this street from the position you're in.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses?
Between houses, behind
You said
houses.
behind. You said behind.
Right, through the yards behind the houses.
And you were able to see that from where you were?
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and stuff down? Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
You just confirmed you want full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular, whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say from,
Do you want it paused?
no, not yet, just, you can let it play. I'll say, I think it's 36 seconds, so. Would it be fair to say from,
Well, hold on, the video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question. Or have us pause where you want it paused.
pause. So it's paused at 18 seconds for the record. Would it be fair to say that in the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just walking the dog, moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you also made reference to hearing a crash. What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why did you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
I just turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you just kept moving.
Correct.
So basically it was just like, oh, do, walking the dog.
Yes.
Can you play? Pause it. Would it be fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being in law enforcement, why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
Well, I would think it would be fair to say that you can handle yourself. You're obviously a officer of the law. You're trained to be able to handle yourself. Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, that sound like a crash, at least?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question. Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway, and all these thoughts, and that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911, to report it immediately.
Now that's fair, but being an officer of the law, you're right there.
Again,
Objection. That's not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
that's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
We sure can. Go ahead.
It did a weird little motion thing. That's probably from the camera, I would guess. But in that entire video, is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So
that
when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Who is you?
The defendant, the driver of the vehicle.
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to
Is it
see.
fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up? Can you take it to 27 seconds and pause at 27? Can you, maybe 28. I may be mistaken. Maybe just go one more second. Maybe to 28. Or you know what? No. Keep your pause right there. Would it be fair to say that you noticed the vehicle in this area right there?
Yes.
Can you remove the X? And what do you see right there?
I don't understand.
Do you see anything right there? An individual, anything? Do you see anything right there?
It's
inside
hard
the
to tell
circle?
from that picture what I can see.
Can you move it? Can we blow it up a little bit or move it closer? Just a little bit.
I don't know that it can be zoomed in. Does that
Can it-
state
can
have
it be
that
zoomed in?
capability?
So we can zoom in, as long as the defendant's okay with dispensing with any technological foundation issues there. But we can zoom in. We have the ability to do that.
Would you like it zoomed in?
What do you mean by not? Say that again. I'm sorry.
We can zoom in if you want to.
Can you zoom in just a little bit? Just a smidge.
That's the extent of our zooming capabilities
Okay.
with this
No,
software.
that's fine. That's fine. Can you see anything there?
It looks like something white. I don't know if that's the driver.
Looks like something white.
Yes, it's light colored.
White color what?
It's light colored.
Light color, but you did say white. Is that fair to say that you just said white?
I just did say white.
Can you erase the circle? Zoom back out. Take the. It's like a box there in the corner that's kind of throwing the whole exhibit off. Take it back to the regular. You testified earlier that you saw the driver with gray hoodie, as you referred to it. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Would I just circle right there? Would you, from your recollection, say that that was the driver you saw?
I don't know what that is at this point.
You don't-
It's
you
just
don't
a
know?
paused video. It could be a glare. It could be a person. I don't know. If you could play it again.
Well, let's play it again.
From the 27th.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
no.
from the 27 mark. I think it just played maybe, what, a second, half a second or something like that? Did you see that whatever you said you didn't know what it was, could have been a person, could have been something else? Did you see it move from the position that it was before?
Yes.
And you also identified that that was white, right? That's what you said, correct?
I did say that.
And would it be fair to say that you saw the driver in gray? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Take the circle off. You also stated that you were about 50 feet from the well, you added the vehicle in too. You said maybe 50 feet, and then depending on the length of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And from where you are here to here, because it would be fair to say we can't see a vehicle in the picture at that point. Would that be fair to say? We can't see a vehicle that would be facing you because you said it was facing you. We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
From this angle, of vehicles obstructed, yes.
So that would be 50 feet from approximately 50 feet from X to X,
approximately.
and you were able to see the driver and a description from where you're standing now to where the other X is,
Yes.
and you were able to make out the race of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You
on the
guessed,
race.
so you're not for certain.
I wasn't for certain at that time.
So what conclusion were you coming to at that point? Just an educated guess, or
Can you explain further?
how,
Conclusion for what?
would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
And you also stated that you saw news reports and a description of the driver on the news. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
In my testimony, yes.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And you will be able to see hair if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie.
Yes.
You'll be able to see hair and tell the length of the hair.
If it's hanging out of the hoodie, yes.
Well, you didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Yes.
Objection, that's not a question, and it's argumentative.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
No.
And how did you determine that?
In the report I gave, in my statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw on the news.
And you also described two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white. Would that be fair to say?
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
Yes.
A person that you described wearing white?
On the video screen, it appeared white. It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
At any time in that video, could you see hair
In the video,
in the video?
you can't see very much in the video. No.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point that you heard a crash, as you say, and then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed between those times?
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle, so I walked back over to give
So at
them
the
that.
time that you initially made the 911 call, there was still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at, so I walked back over to give that to them.
So you couldn't see the license plates of the vehicle from where you were at?
There was no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see it.
So you came back to investigate if there was a license plates that you can identify.
Yes.
Did you investigate which you may have heard the vehicle strike?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered, and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone, from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall? As far as further clothing?
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing or something to that effect.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No, just my report.
Any other officers that came to the scene? Because you made reference to officers was responding by the time you came back to give more details to the dispatcher. More officers were arriving. Do you recall if any one of those officers investigated the loud crash you heard?
I'm unaware.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them asking you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, piece together what you may have saw?
I'll object to the characterization that was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is to the form of the question.
Besides, let me back up. After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognize the driver as the person I saw on TV or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall, probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them, yes.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media, or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah,
or
yes.
both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning, so could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
Did you learn any additional information that you don't recall having via social media or the news after you had already made your report?
I don't understand the question.
Did you learn any additional information after you had already given your report?
Learn information about what?
About the description of the driver, what had happened at the parade, anything?
Well, originally I had no idea what had happened at the parade. I thought it was just, I witnessed a hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you just said now you witnessed a hit and run crash, but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash that you heard.
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Well, you also stated, to be fair, that you didn't investigate the crash. So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing if you didn't investigate it?
Because I heard a crash and I saw the driver run. So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know?
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
Correct. So would it be fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the record that you did not do that, correct?
Yes.
So why would you report it as a hit and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Did you talk to any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
Did they report to you that they saw a driver?
No.
So as far as you can recall, you were the only one that heard the crash.
As far as I know, yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you. You testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection. That is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection. That's speculative. Still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
Correct.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection. Asked during cross. Answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant,
Darrell Brooks?
Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, and
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
You see the person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture?
Objection, what is the relevancy?
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes.
How would you describe the color of the shirt that that person's wearing?
Light gray or white?
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
May this witness be excused from this appeal?
He may. All right, I am going to excuse the jurors and actually take a recess. It's a little bit later, but we'll take our late morning break at this point, about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please. All right, we are in recess. Please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. You may be seated.
There's no history on them because they're all blacked out. But when I click like that, it'll take me to the amendment. But the Wisconsin one is for 1975 is 200 pages long, and I've been digging through it.
Yeah, okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll have the jury brought out, and the state may call its next witness when the jury is out here. Go ahead.
Subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor. Could that at least be noted for the record?
Your objection's noted for the record. I don't believe the audio's on. Your objection is noted for the record. I addressed that yesterday. I will not be addressing it again.
Was I at least heard for the record? Because you just stated that the audio wasn't on.
I heard it.
Did the record hear it?
Yes.
So they heard me say the subject matter jurisdiction hasn't been verified or proved yet?
All rise.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And the state may call its next witness.
State calls Officer Bryce Skolton.
All right, Officer Skolton, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Bryce Skolton, spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Skolton is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. What line of work are you in?
I'm a police officer for the city of Waukesha.
How long have you been a Waukesha police officer?
7.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm a specialist assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
What about back in November of 2021? What was your assignment back then?
I was a police officer.
Were you working as a police officer on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to work at the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were posted during the parade?
My assignment was traffic control at the intersection of Northwest Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue.
Will you please put up for the jury exhibit number 1, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Could you circle for us the intersection where you were posted on
Yes.
this map? Actually, it's a touch. Use your finger.
Just use your finger.
I may want to take that away.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've circled the intersection of West Main Street and Wisconsin Avenue, correct?
Correct.
What does the purple line on that map depict?
The purple line is the parade route for the Christmas parade.
But then, what happens to the purple line at Main and Wisconsin?
That is where the line stops. That is, I believe, where the vehicle left the parade route.
The vehicles and the groups and the participants of the parade who were marching on the parade route, where did they go once they got to the intersection of Main and Wisconsin?
They continued down the parade route, which was eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue, and then after reaching Maple Avenue than they were to go southbound.
And the library is near that intersection, is that right?
Correct.
Traffic coming eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue from the west, were they able to get through the intersection where you were posted?
No, I had traffic blocked off where I circled there. You can barely see anymore, but the red line, that is how I had barricades across that intersection. So all eastbound traffic on Wisconsin was forced to go southbound on Northwest Avenue.
Okay, what about traffic approaching from the south on, West Avenue?
Yes, so northbound traffic on Northwest Avenue could only go westbound on Wisconsin Avenue.
Do you recall what you were wearing that day?
Objection, Brother Dan.
Overruled.
Yes, I was wearing my standard police uniform with external carrier and a police jacket, and on my outermost layer was a neon traffic vest.
We could take this exhibit down, please.
What was that number again?
1.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Were you the only police officer stationed at that intersection?
Yes, I was.
Do you know approximately how far away the next closest officer would have been?
I believe the next closest officer was approximately 2 blocks away.
Did you have a police radio with you while you were standing in the intersection?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you hear something on the radio that concerned you?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
I heard, so the parade was on Channel 3, so that's what I was assigned to. These radios also have the ability to scan other channels, so I was scanning Channel 1, which is what the road squads were working on. At that time, I heard a call for service on Channel 1 for the road squads to be dispatched to, and it was some sort of domestic disturbance or fight in Frame Park, which was east of my location. I heard squads responding to that from the south portion of the city. And Northwest Avenue or West Avenue is one of the main thoroughfares in our city to get from the southern portion to the northern portion, or at least to the downtown area. And I could hear squads coming from that area, so I blocked traffic to allow the squads to get through. And then I just continued on with my parade duties.
What happened next?
After that, approximately a minute or so later, I believe I started hearing radio traffic on both Channel 3 and Channel 1. I believe either a reserve officer or a community service officer on Channel 3 requested an ambulance somewhere on the eastern portion of the parade route. I remember it was sort of towards the beginning of the parade. They were asking for an ambulance because someone had been hit.
Then what happened?
I believed that it was something stemming from the domestic or the fight, because during that fight someone had fled on scene and someone had been flagged down who had reported this incident. So I believed that the hit was something to do with the physical altercation that had happened. Moments later, this was all sort of spun out of control very quickly. Radio traffic became more and more difficult as Channel 1 and Channel 3, so as officers on the road and officers and community service officers and reserve officers were working the parade, everyone was starting to get on the radio, and more people started calling for ambulances. And then I could tell as people were calling for them, it was moving westbound on the parade route.
What did you do as a result of hearing that information on the radio?
It was tough to piece all together. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I knew something was happening, but I didn't know exactly what. I have a collar mic, so my microphone was approximately right about here on my chest. I don't have an earpiece. That's just what I use. So between trying to listen to the radio microphone and the parade, it was sort of hard to piece together. But after a few minutes, I realized something was happening, and I began walking away from my post, and I walked past my barricade sort of into the parade route. And as I did that, I was looking more to like northeast. I couldn't see that much of the parade because where West Main Street ends right there, it's got a hard turn to go southbound to Wisconsin. So I could only see approximately I don't even know, maybe 100 yards or less of the parade route. And at that point, that is when I started hearing more screams. And this time it wasn't just screams on my radio, it was screams like in my vicinity that I could hear. And at that moment, I saw a red blur come past the Wisconsin House westbound and make a very hard braking maneuver to navigate the left-hand turn on West Main Street to go
there, and let's put
southbound.
Exhibit 1. Sorry, let's put Exhibit 1 back up, please.
As you're putting Exhibit 1 back up, I just want to make a record of the hand gesture he made previously when testifying about, I believe it was his radio microphone. He used his right hand, I would say about heart height, to indicate his, I believe he called it a lapel mic or something to do with his radio and where he would hear from. Go ahead.
Objection. I don't think he said lapel. I think he referred to the microphone just being here and not using the earpiece. That's just.
Your objection is noted. The state can seek clarification, but the fact I did my best to describe the action of the officer on the stand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we actually zoom in on the bottom left corner of this map? You mentioned the Wisconsin House. Can you describe for us where that is?
The Wisconsin House is actually this building right here that is tan. It's the farthest building right before, I guess, on the left portion.
You just put a little dot there.
That should be the Wisconsin House.
Okay, so the right as the Main Street curves to the left there.
Correct. It is I believe it's the last building sort of on West Main Street right before the left turn.
So if you were standing in the intersection of Wisconsin and Main, the Wisconsin House is the building that would obstruct your view further east up Main Street?
Correct. There's a parking lot to the left as you look at this screen, and the vehicle's parked there, so I can't even see pretty much anything in front of the Wisconsin House on Main Street from my location.
We can take that back down, please. What happened as the red blur rounded the corner?
I realized what was happening at that point. I recognized it was a red SUV and there was extreme vehicle damage to it on the front. The hood was smashed up towards the windshield, the front portion, the front bumpers, the fenders, everything was, it was extreme vehicle damage, like vehicle damage that you would see at a traffic crash between two vehicles. At that point, between all the screaming I heard, everyone calling for ambulances and help, and then realizing people hit, I knew it was now people hit by a vehicle, and I knew that those initial requests were so far eastbound on the parade, and now I'm at towards the end of the parade, or at least the end of the portion of Main Street. I knew that this vehicle had likely, and based on the speed of the vehicle, that the vehicle had ran through the entire parade route and likely severely injured people or killed people, and at that point I thought it was a terror attack at the parade.
What happened as the SUV continued southbound?
As the vehicle navigated its turn to go southbound, it accelerated towards me. That is when I knew I had to use deadly force to stop the threat. And as the vehicle was approaching me, I remembered making the decision that the easiest shot likely would have been through the windshield. However, I remembered the entire backdrop were just surrounded with kids and people. So I waited for the vehicle to pass me and tried to direct my rounds as most southern as I could because there were less people in that direction.
Where were you standing in the intersection as the vehicle passed you?
At this point, I had walked northbound slightly, so I was, I believe, just out of the intersection at West in Wisconsin. So I was on, I believe my shots, I was technically on Main Street at the time when I began shooting.
Using cardinal directions, can you describe for us which side of you the SUV passed?
Objection. What is cardinal?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The vehicle passed to the east of me.
What direction were you facing as it first started to pass you?
I was facing north.
So that would have been on your, the vehicle would have passed you on your right.
Correct.
Okay. How close did you come to the vehicle as it passed you?
It was very close. I believe at the time, I remember stepping to my left. It was so close I felt like I could touch the side of the vehicle.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes, I could.
How many people could you see inside of the vehicle?
I saw one person.
Where was that person in the vehicle?
That person was at the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the driver in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Brooks please remove his mask for a moment.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Brooks. His mask is off.
Can you identify the driver in the courtroom if you see him?
Yes, the driver is seated at the defense wearing a blue tie and blue shirt underneath his suit jacket.
Does the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant as the driver of the vehicle he saw on November 21.
What happened after the vehicle passed you on your right?
After the vehicle passed me on my right, I began firing at the driver of the vehicle, and as that happened, he ran over the barricades and ultimately left the parade route and continued southbound on Northwest Avenue.
West Avenue is how many blocks from Maple Avenue?
One block.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
And to what direction is west from Maple?
West Avenue is 1 block to the west from Maple.
I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 57. Can we clear the annotations? You see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
We're going to play a few moments without any audio just to see if you recognize this video, okay?
Okay.
We've played 7 seconds for you. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
This is the vehicle that was driven by Darrell Brooks during the Christmas parade that drove past me and I shot at.
Objection. I don't consent to it being called that name, or nor do I identify it. I'm hearing third party. So
Your
I want that
objection
stated
is
for the
noted.
record.
It's overruled. The witness has previously identified you.
I want
Go
that
ahead.
stated for the record.
You may ask your next question.
Does this video accurately depict the scene as you saw it that day?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 57 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Exhibit 57 is received by the court and permission to publish is granted.
This is a 19-second video. I'll wait for the bailiff to signal that the jury has it. Okay. Before we hit play, I'd like you, if you can, to point out the Wisconsin House for us.
The Wisconsin House is this brown brick building here on the right that has the Golden Moments Gentleman Beer sign right here.
Thank you. We can clear that. And we'll watch the entirety of this clip with volume, please, at regular speed. How many gunshots did you hear in that video?
3.
Is that consistent with your memory of the event?
Yes, it is.
Can we pull that back up at about the 10-second mark, please? Do you see yourself at the 10-second mark?
Yes, I do.
Can you circle yourself for us? You're the only person at this 10-second mark wearing a yellow vest.
Correct.
Okay, we can clear that, please. Can we slow this down with no audio? Slow it down to about 50%, please. And play from there. And we can pause it. We've stopped at 16 seconds. Does that portion of the video accurately reflect what you did that day?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 170.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
This shows the vehicle damage that I observed when I first saw the vehicle as it was coming towards me. This is the vehicle that was, again, driven the Christmas parade by Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. Again, for the record, I'm hearing third party.
The
For the
objection,
record.
it's on the record.
Does this appear to be a screenshot from the video we just watched, exhibit 57?
It does appear so.
And again, this is then an accurate depiction of how the vehicle looked that day?
That is correct.
I'd move exhibit 170 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 170 is received. Permission to publish is granted. I would remind the jury once again that comments made by parties and lawyers are not evidence and should thus not be considered as such.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only exhibit number 169, please.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is that same vehicle. It appears to be just moments after that first picture we just were shown.
Does this appear to be a screenshot from the video in exhibit 57?
Yes, it does.
Is this an accurate depiction of how the vehicle and the driver looked to you that day?
Yes.
Move exhibit 169 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 169 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection.
Noted. Overruled.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only, please.
Hold on. Was that in the jury box? Okay, it was there. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that earlier. All right, so next exhibit you may show to the witness.
Exhibit 58, please. We're going to play a few seconds of this, give you a chance to see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We've played 7 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
It shows pretty much what the last video showed, just from a different point of view from that same intersection.
Is this an accurate video depicting the events as you saw them on November 21st?
Yes, it does.
I'll move exhibit 58 into evidence and ask to publish with the caveat about the comments on the right side of the screen, please.
Objection.
Exhibit 58 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jury will disregard the comments that are on the right side of the exhibit. Those are not to be considered as evidence.
This is a 15-second clip. We'll play it once at regular speed with audio, please. see the barricades at the end of that clip, is that right?
That is correct.
And do you recall what those are made out of?
I believe they're made out of fiberglass or plastic.
And what we saw in that video, again, that's inaccurate. Does that match up with how you recall the incident?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for this witness, sir?
I do. You stated initially that you had heard some radio calls about a possible altercation at Frame Park.
That is correct.
Do you recall what the initial report of that was?
My recollection of that was that there was a call for service, is either a domestic or some sort of physical altercation along the riverfront in Frame Park, and that there was a male with armed with a knife, and that he was fleeing from the area.
So it was reported it was a possible knife involved and there was a male running from the scene?
That is correct.
And were you ever given any further information about the male with the knife that was running from the scene?
No.
Any information that the male with a knife running from the scene was in a vehicle at any time?
No.
Do you know if any investigation was done looking into that supposed fight at the park?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I did not learn anything of it. I just know that squads were responding there to investigate it. I was not updated on their findings or what they had investigated. I just know that they were dispatched there for that investigation.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time. Do you know if there was a suspect, I guess I would say, apprehended or anything that was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located with a knife.
When you say you, what do you mean?
You, Darrell Brooks. I know you were the suspect in that incident, and I know you were taken into custody approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
I'll let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. I'm here in third party.
The record's noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are not evidence in this case. Next question, please.
At the time, you said, did you respond to that incident at the park?
No.
So how can you know who was involved with it if you didn't respond yourself?
Because you stated at any time this investigation took a long time to complete, and from this investigation we determined that you were the suspect in that investigation.
You determined that?
I did not, no.
Okay. So basically, you're just going off what you were told, because you just stated that you didn't make any determination, nor did you investigate it. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
You also gave, and when you were asked the question of, were there any other officers along the route, or I don't know if that was referring to side exits or anything of that nature, but I recall you stating that you gave an estimate, stating that you weren't sure where other officers were stationed, but you gave an approximate estimate. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And would that have been officers stationed at different cross streets?
That is correct.
Do you know if those cross streets were barricaded?
I know that there were barricades across numerous intersections for the parade route. That's how we shut down traffic in the downtown area for parades.
So pretty much every side street is barricaded.
I can't give you specifics on what streets were barricaded, but yes, the vast majority of streets are barricaded to stop traffic for the parade route.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1 and publish?
The state would please do that. Thank you.
Does the jury have it yet?
Yes.
Can you see? Well, I know you can. Can you see the red lines on this map that we're looking at?
Yes.
And what do those red lines constitute?
Barricades.
So would it be fair to say that there's a red line at every cross street that we can see on this map? That would be
Do you mean along the parade route or the
along
entire map?
along the parade route, starting at East Main Street. There's a red mark. Oh, I didn't mean to put that arrow. Can we clear that? I was trying to put like a little dot. Starting there, there's a red line there. There's 2 at Buckley.
Hold on, and just so the record is clear, he put a mark at near the intersection of East Main and White Rock Avenue. So from that location to where?
There's 2 at Buckley.
Well, hold on, you're testifying now. You gotta ask a question. So the jury will disregard that
Are
statement.
there 2 at Buckley?
Yes.
Is there one at Martin Street?
Yes.
Is there one at is there 2 at Barstow Street?
Yes.
1 at Gaspar,
Yes.
1 at North Grand, and 1 at West Broadway.
There's 2 at West Broadway.
Well, it's one is on the closer to where it says North Grand, and one is on the other side of the star right there. This is what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yes, there are 2
Can you
right
clear
there.
that?
Please clear that, Madam Clerk.
So there's 2 there. There's 2 at Clinton Street. Can you see those 2?
Yes.
There's 1 at Maple Avenue. Can you see that one?
Yes.
And there's 1 at right here at West Avenue. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there's pretty much barriers at every single street from White Rock and East Main to West Main and Northwest Avenue.
Yes.
Barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes. This map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
No.
There are barricades at these streets we can see. Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it's not fair to say that there's barricades at these streets?
It's fair to say that there's barricades at the streets.
So essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricades?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown.
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
Yes, the video
How
showed
when,
that.
how when it's barricaded?
As the video were shown
We're not
earlier,
referring
the
to-
vehicle
we're
went
not
right through the
referring to-
Hold on,
barricade.
you asked the question, you have to let him answer that. He's giving you the reason. You asked him how. He's explaining it.
There's plenty of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop after being given lawful orders by officers, and they could have directed you off the parade route in a safe manner. You could have stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was located. So
And
yes,
the
you
you
can drive
refer to
through
as
plastic
who?
barricades.
The you refer to as who?
Darrell Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
The you? And how did you come to the conclusion of that name, as you stated that you couldn't see past this building here, which you said is the Wisconsin house? Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You stated, clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it would be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have firsthand knowledge.
That is correct.
You also stated that after a few minutes of hearing these, I guess, radio reports, you said after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on. Do you recall from the reports how long this vehicle traveled along the parade route? An estimate of the time that it traveled down the parade route?
I do not know how long the vehicle was on the parade route for. If I had to estimate, I would estimate approximately 1 to 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe.
Would you say that it's fair to say that that's relatively a short amount of time?
I would agree with that.
So what do you mean by after a few minutes you noticed something was going on?
Because after a few minutes, what I meant by that was the initial call for service at the boat launch, or for that domestic fight in Frame Park. From that time frame, from when squads were responding to there to the time that I had shots fired, that is what I mean by a few minutes. So you have to take into account the time for squads responding to that call.
I don't know police protocol, so just asking.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
I'm getting to it.
No, right, but I have to advise the jury to disregard the comment because it's not testimony.
And you stated that. Well, let's go to.
Yeah, go ahead. You don't need. Do you need that? We're gonna turn it off.
Yeah, you can take that down. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
I believe it's Exhibit 57. Can you pull up Exhibit 57? Can we bring it to about 16 or 17 seconds. Can you bring it back a little bit? One more second if you could. Darrell, can you pause it there? Would it be fair to say that those are barricades that are laying in the street there?
Correct.
Any idea why they were not standing up?
Yes, I do.
What would be the reason?
It was very windy that day, so when they were standing up how they normally are, they kept on blowing across the street. So we tilted them on their sides so they wouldn't get blown across the road, and they would still stay up there and block traffic.
They would be able to block traffic by laying down,
Yes, they serve the same purpose.
but they would be able to block traffic by laying down.
I guess I don't understand what your question is here.
Would it be much more easier to see them if they were facing upright than laying down?
I think the height difference between them laying down and being upright is probably quite minuscule, because as you see, the legs that are now up in the air are approximately the same height as what the bar would be if they were standing up how they normally are.
And you come to that conclusion how?
Based on my training experience after deploying barricades on numerous events and working several parades in my work history.
So you would estimate that a barricade facing upright and a barricade laying down would be the same height?
Approximately.
Can you bring it back to 10 seconds? From what we're looking at right now, it's a little hard to see. You can see the vehicle, you can see where you identified you were, but it's a little bit hard to see everything. Would that be fair to say? Because of the person with the black coat and the gray hoodie and Nike black pants is directly in the middle of the screen? That'd be fair to say it's a little hard to see from this.
Where it is paused now, yes.
Yes, that's what I meant, where it's paused now.
Yes.
It looks like this would be you right here. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
It looks like you're firing your weapon right there. Would that be fair to say?
I do not know if I have pulled the trigger yet or not. I don't believe I have.
You were readying to fire at that point.
That's correct.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
You, Darrell Brooks.
Again, you make reference to the you and the name. How did you come to that? Seeing as how you just testified to that you couldn't see anything before what you call the Wisconsin house. Would that be fair to say that you testified to that?
That's correct.
And you also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name. Did you not?
That's correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you you're referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
Again, you say a name that you haven't answered how you came to that information. Were you told this?
Yes.
By whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes, and you were identified as Darrell Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
So you either had to hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was?
No.
Even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you learned the information of the name?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you're just using the name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you are now, you were arrested for this incident. You were identified during this incident, and because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Would it be fair to say, and obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you've done a lot of investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you do understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that you just testified to not being aware of at the time? That you testified to, in fact, being told?
Sorry, I'm confused by your question. Can you say it again?
I think it was clear, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also testified to being told of the name, correct?
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using a name, you would not be sure. How can you be sure?
I'll object.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
It's been asked, it's been answered, it's argumentative, the objection is sustained. Please ask your next question.
When asked about what you were aiming at when you fired, you didn't give a definitive answer. You were aiming for the driver?
I felt like I gave a pretty definitive answer. My answer was you, Darrell
You were aiming
Brooks.
for the driver?
Yes. It's pretty definitive. I identified the person I
So
was shooting at.
what part of the driver's body could you see when the vehicle passed you?
When the vehicle was approaching me, I could see the silhouette of his face and upper portion of his body.
Can you describe what you mean by silhouette?
The upper portion of a person's body, I would say from maybe chest, shoulders, and head and face.
You said silhouette though. What is a silhouette?
The outer portions of what would be like your shoulder down, your arms to your chest. The silhouette would be the outer portion of it.
That would be the upper half, not the silhouette. What do you mean by silhouette?
The objection is sustained. It's Mr. Brooks is not asking a question. It was argumentative. The jury can certainly decide what that means, but he's answered the question.
Would it be fair to say that that would be equivalent to a profile?
What do you mean by a profile?
A profile would be sort of like a side angle view. Would it be fair to say that a silhouette would be more of an outline that would be kind of similar to a profile?
I don't know exactly what you're asking here, but I can tell you when the vehicle was driving towards me, I could see your face, and then as the vehicle drove to my right, yes, then I saw the side of your face, and so then, yes, as a vehicle passes you, you see different portions of the driver, I guess you could say.
And so you aim towards what you can see?
Correct.
So that would be the upper part, as you say, you said the shoulder. You made I think it was your left hand pointing to your right shoulder, shoulder and up silhouette, as you say?
That is what I could see when you were driving at me. You asked me what I could see of you, and that is what I could see of you in the vehicle when you were approaching me.
The question now, though, is that what you aimed for?
I was aiming at you, yes.
At what you can see?
I was aiming at you in the driver's seat, yes.
Shoulder, as you pointed to, and up, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Firing a weapon of your caliber, would any of those shots be kill shots?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that firing a kill shot at anyone would terrify him?
I'm sure being shot at is terrifying. Yes, it is.
So it'd be fair to say you were shooting to kill?
No.
So would it be fair to say that, judging based on what you see that you testified to, a silhouette from about here that you pointed to, from the shoulder, using your left hand, you pointed at your right shoulder from here up, and you just acknowledged that any one of those three shots could have been kill shots. Would it be fair to say that you were aiming to kill? Shooting to kill, rather. Not aiming to kill, but shooting to kill.
No.
So, in your estimate, what do you think you would have hit if you just testified to saying that you aimed at the driver? What were you estimating to hit?
Well, my intention was to shoot you in the upper portion of the body. However, my intention was not to kill you. My intention was to stop the threat that you were posing to everyone in the downtown area at the Christmas parade.
Keep referring to the you again. Well, that's not a question, so. By your estimation, acknowledging that those were kill shots, if you connected with any of those shots, is it possible the driver could have been killed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that's deadly force?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been possible to aim at the tire of the vehicle?
No.
Why not? Would shooting the tire of the vehicle not stop the vehicle?
No, it would not have.
So a blown tire would, to your estimation, a blown tire would not stop a vehicle from moving?
No, it will not.
So it'll just keep on. It won't even slow down?
That is correct. I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle was not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again. Pretty clever. Could you have, well, you testify that you're trying to stop the threat. And so, would it be fair to say that that training constitutes shooting kill shots?
Well, we are trained in deadly force, and when we are presented with a deadly force incident, yes, we have to sometimes make that difficult decision and use deadly force.
Have you ever used deadly force before that incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You said you're trained to use deadly force. So would it be fair to say that anytime you shoot your weapon, it would be deadly force?
When it is directed at a person, yes.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No, I was not.
And at the time, being where you were positioned at, you've already testified that you could not see what was going on during the parade route from your position. So, why did you feel the need at the time, not knowing the full extent of what was happening, to use deadly force?
Because as I previously stated, based on the fact that the radio traffic for people screaming for ambulances, and as different officers were getting on the radio, and it was progressively moving further and further westbound towards me on the parade route, that, and then officers saying someone was hit, which I initially thought was a physical altercation, someone being hit, but it was a vehicle versus person hit. Based on that, the vehicle speed at which, yes, I could not see it down Main Street. I only had a couple seconds at most until the vehicle from where I saw it was to my location. So based on the amount of vehicle damage, I knew the vehicle had been striking pedestrians in the roadway, and because of that, that's a deadly force incident. So that is why I deployed deadly force.
So you said you knew what the vehicle had. You knew. You said it multiple times. You knew.
Yes.
How could you know if you could not see around the position that you were positioned in? How do you know that?
Because based on the speed of a vehicle on a closed roadway during a parade, and people running out of the way so they did not get run over right in front of me, between all of those things, I knew what had just happened, and that is why I had to take action.
And you knew based on the radio reports?
I would say everything that I had just previously described, all of that encompassing, yes, that led up to my decision making into, yes, now I knew what had happened. I did not know previous to that what was going on. I did not know there was a vehicle on the roadway until I saw it. And it all made sense when I put everything together.
When you saw it, by the time you saw it, as you said, it was a couple of seconds. So at that point, did you observe the vehicle strike anyone from the time that you saw it?
No, I did not. I was focused on the vehicle, so I just remember that there were a ton of little kids and adults on the sidewalks. I knew there were a lot of children right in the roadway right there. And I remember seeing people like running, but I wasn't really paying attention to the people. I was just focused on the vehicle. So that was really all I was focused on at that point.
You weren't paying attention to any other people?
That was not my primary focus.
But you do recall that no one was struck from the time you saw the vehicle?
Yes, after looking back after videos later on throughout the
No,
investigation.
no. From what you saw, from which you observed with your own eyes.
No, I can't recall ever seeing someone hit right in front of me. No, I do not recall that.
Does the exhibit videos that you saw here today, does anyone get struck in those videos that you saw today?
No, not that I saw today.
And you still made the decision to shoot to kill?
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you would have been killed from that, that is a possible outcome.
But you did testify that there were kill shots, did you not?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways at
Do
this
you
point.
recall what your shots hit? If anything?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation when I gave
No, at
my...
the time. Not later on, at the time where you fired the shots.
Mr. Brooks, you asked a question. He was attempting to answer it, so you have to
I
let.
was trying to give him clarification on what I mean.
But you have to let him answer the question that you asked, and if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that, or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, and upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me, and during that conversation I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
You stated you asked them for any additional information that they could give you. So
Correct.
it would be fair to say at that time you still didn't have a lot of information. Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct. I didn't know where my rounds had struck previous to that.
Did you ask them in the statement that you just testified to, saying you asked them if they can provide you with any more information? Did you at any time specifically ask about the shots that you fired when you requested if they could give you any more information?
I do not remember the specifics of what questions I asked in pertaining to what information they could share with me. I think it was sort of a generalization of what can you share with me at this point.
So would it be fair to say at that point that there's a possibility that you did not know the name of the suspect, nor did you know if you had shot the suspect at that time?
At that time, I knew I had not shot the suspect because the night of the incident, when he was taken into custody, it was relayed to me that he was uninjured and he had not been struck by any of my rounds that were fired.
You do recall just testifying to requesting more information from the detectives when you had the conversation with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that you don't recall asking them about if your bullet struck someone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the day I met with Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, that was, I believe, 2 or 3 days after the incident, Mr. Brooks was taken into custody the night of. So when I was still at the police department, I knew that he had not been struck. So I think we're dealing with the questions I asked of the detectives. That was not the same night of the incident.
I'm sure you asked, you didn't say it, but you said you don't recall the information that you requested. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't recall specifically what questions I asked what I don't know specifically what questions I asked of them a year ago. I know it was a generalized, what information can you share with me at this point? Because I didn't know what was going on in the investigation or what leads they had or essentially what had happened after my involvement, I guess.
So you didn't. It would be fair to say there was a lot of information that you still was unsure about at that point. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So if there was information that you're acknowledging that you had no knowledge of, which would be essentially the reason why you would ask if they can volunteer more information to you, then how would there be any way of knowing if you struck the suspect?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's a compound, confusing question. Please rephrase. And I also think it mischaracterizes the testimony.
And you said you made a statement during your testimony that you had learned that the suspect was not injured. Do you recall who you learned that information from?
I believe when I was back at the police department after the incident, so after using deadly force, you're ultimately removed from the scene. When I was at the police department, I was with a support officer and another detective. And at that point, I was still answering questions for investigating officers for what I saw, what I knew, what I saw in the vehicle. And I believe Detective Stern was at our substation with Darrell Brooks after taking him into custody. And I was shown a photo at that point, and I know I had asked if he sustained any injuries or if anyone else had sustained any injuries from my use of force. And at that point, I was not told that anyone had been struck by my gunfire.
So you just said you asked if the suspect or if anyone else was struck by the gunfire.
That is correct.
So you weren't sure at that point? You weren't sure?
I was not certain at that point. It was, I can't describe it any more than it was just pure chaos. And at that point, I did not know if anyone else was injured from my rounds or up until I was confirmed that you were not injured. At that point, no, I did not know if anyone was hurt until I was told that.
So would it be fair to say that, and as you just stated, you were unsure if the suspect or anyone else was injured? Would it be fair to say that there was a possibility because you did not know for certain?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. Next question.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone?
I did not observe it strike anyone after it passed me.
Do you recall who you, well, I think you did. I think you said you gave your report to Officer Kirby. Is that correct?
Detective Kirby, yes.
I'm sorry, Detective. Do you recall telling Detective Kirby that you were unaware of a vehicle on the parade route and you were unaware of people being injured?
Yes, I previously stated that.
Were you able to make out a license plates from the vehicle when it passed you?
I later learned that I must have, but I do not recall that.
So from what you recall at the time that the vehicle was passing, you don't recall getting the license plate?
At this time, I do not recall the license plate, but after I shot at the vehicle, I then responded up Main Street and started triaging victims. And after doing that, I met with officers, and because I couldn't get on the radio and give out as much information as I wanted to. So when I spoke with other officers, that's when I explained to them that I was the one that had shot. It was not a suspect shooting, it was me. And that the vehicle in question was a red Ford Escape. And I believe I was talking to Detective Casey, Specialist Moss, and I believe there might have been another officer there as well. And I must have provided a license plate to Detective Casey during that debrief on scene. I did not know about that until about 2 days later when I gave my statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, because that is when I was informed by Detective Casey that I had actually provided him a correct license plate, but I don't remember that.
Any reason why you didn't mention the license plates in your report?
Because like I stated, I don't remember it.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't remember it, then it's a possibility that you didn't get the license plate number.
I would say that if Detective Casey is telling me that I told him on scene during a traumatic incident that I provided him the license plate of the vehicle, I'd have to believe that Detective Casey is correct. There's many things that you do not remember during a traumatic incident, and I believe that's because your brain prevents you from remembering everything.
So you would describe it as a traumatic incident, but you do recall using deadly force and recalling what you was aiming for, but not the license plates or anything else like that.
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that because you describe it as a traumatic event, that there was a lot of things that you probably don't recall about the incident?
I would agree with that. I would think that there's a lot of things. When I started going up West Main Street and started seeing the absolute destruction, I know there's things that I did and saw that I don't really remember, and I don't really want to remember.
Will one of those possibly be the suspect that you keep naming?
No.
And how did you come to the knowledge of the make and model of the vehicle when on the exhibit that was shown, you only had interaction with it for a few seconds? How were you able to make out the make and the model of the vehicle?
Because that vehicle model has been out for quite some time, and I'm halfway decent with vehicles, and I readily recognized that it was a Ford Escape.
So you've seen many Ford Escapes?
Yes.
And you said the model has been out for some time, so what do you mean by that? Do you mean
It's
was an older
2022
model?
now,
Do you mean-
and that Ford model was approximately a 2008-ish to maybe a 2011, 2010-ish. So, yeah, they've been out for over a decade.
And how did you come to that knowledge of the estimate of the years that the model could have been? Would you agree that that's pretty difficult to know just off the bat?
No.
Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it would be pretty easy to tell the make and model and year of a vehicle just by looking at it.
That is correct.
So it'd be fair to say if someone had a vehicle right here in front of you, you'd be able to tell just by looking at it for a couple of seconds the make, the model, and the year.
Depending on what vehicle it is, yeah, quite likely. I'm decent with vehicles.
What do you mean by decent?
I can recognize many vehicles that are manufactured. Part of being a police officer is dealing with vehicles. We run a lot of vehicle registration plates. So when you match the registration to a vehicle on a response, you become very well accustomed to the many different vehicles that are manufactured.
Did you at any time see the registration of the vehicle that passed you?
Like I stated previous, I debriefed with Detective Casey during the incident, and he stated that I gave him a registration number, a registration plate for it. I do not recall giving him that registration plate, but Detective Casey informed me that I provided him a correct license plate for that vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that a registration could, would it be fair to say that that automatically links to the make and model and year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you ran, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that you will have to run the license plates, would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
Okay, let me back up then. So if you were conducting a traffic stop
okay,
and you pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
okay.
would the information registered to that vehicle show in your computer?
If the license plate is actually accurate and current to that actual vehicle, yes.
Just so we're clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
And did you have a system or any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No, I was on foot with no other equipment.
So is it fair to say that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another detective?
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
You did testify that, and you can also see from the exhibit video, that the front end of the vehicle was damaged. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And you can still make out the make and model and year of the vehicle with extensive damage.
That is correct.
Could you see the emblem of the vehicle at that point?
I don't recall if I saw an emblem or not. I know the body style of the vehicle, and I knew it was a Ford Escape.
Would it be fair to say that many SUVs have the same type of body build?
I'm sure some vehicles do look similar.
So that would it be fair to say that there's a possibility that you could not make out the make and model and year of the vehicle, especially with it being extensively damaged to the front?
No, I was confident that it was a Ford Escape.
Did you notice any tints on that vehicle?
The front windshield that I looked through, I know was not tinted, or it was not tinted enough to not make me recognize you.
Did you see any tints on the side of the vehicle?
Not that I recall. And if they were, they weren't that dark.
You don't recall, though, for sure, if there were any tints to any windows of the vehicle you saw?
Well, all windows are tinted to some extent. It just depends on to what percentage of tint that they come with. So I'm sure there is tint on the windows because vehicles come from the factory with some level of window tint. So I guess to your question, was there any window tint? I'm sure there was, but not to a degree that would prevent me from seeing who was driving it.
Explain what you mean by tint percentage.
So there's different varying degrees of tint that you can put on vehicles.
Can you elaborate for the jury?
I'll object.
Grounds.
I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Brooks, please ask your question again.
You stated that all cars come from the manufacturer with some level of tint, but you made a reference to percentage.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on percentage? What would constitute a darker tint versus a lighter tint?
Well, you've asked two questions now, so which one do you want him to answer first?
The last one, I'm sorry.
So you're asking about lighter
About the tint
versus
percentage.
darker.
About the tint percentage.
So like a 50% tint would be a lighter tint than like a 35% tint.
So the lower the percentage, the darker the tint.
That is correct.
Okay. You stated that you're pretty decent with making out make and model and years of vehicles based on your line of work. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Would you know of the make and model of the vehicle that you saw that day? Would you know if those model vehicles come from the manufacturer with any tint?
To be honest with you, I don't work for Ford, so I don't know if they come with tint, but I would assume, as most vehicles, when they come from the factory, they come with some sort of tint. I believe usually the front is approximately 50% tint, and the rears are usually, I think, 25 or 30 or something like that.
So from your knowledge, the backer windows are usually coming from the manufacturer, maybe a little bit darker than the front.
Correct.
No further questions.
Very briefly, thank you. So the barricades that we saw at the intersection where you were posted, those have been blown over by the wind?
Yes, so when I deployed the barricades initially, standing upright, they kept on blowing directly, like right off the street. So I tipped them down on their sides so they wouldn't, I guess, catch as much wind and they wouldn't blow all over the place.
Did those barricades appear to slow down the SUV as it drove through them?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, given all of the cross.
No, it did not slow the vehicle down at all.
You discharged your firearm 3 times toward the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did all 3 rounds strike the vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Can we please put up for the jury exhibit number 3, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
We're going to start at the 2-minute and 59-second mark if we can, and while we're working on that, can we please clear the screen now? Thank you.
What exhibit is that?
3. We're at the 2:58-second mark on this exhibit number 3. Do you see a vehicle on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same color of vehicle you saw drive through the intersection where you were posted?
Yes.
Let's play from this second, please. Pause. We paused at 3:02. Does that appear to be the same make and model as the SUV you saw driving through the intersection?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's clear.
Yes, it does.
Is there a difference between this vehicle and the vehicle you saw at your intersection?
The difference in the vehicle is that there's no damage on this one.
Okay, let's play again from this point. Pause. Paused at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Did you see a person wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt in that clip?
Yes, I did.
Was the appearance of that person and their clothing consistent with the person you saw driving the SUV through your intersection?
Objection, speculation, two different incidents.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Could we please put up for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a vehicle consistent with the one you saw driving through your intersection?
Yes.
And the person seated in the driver's seat, does that look like the same person you saw driving that red SUV?
Yes.
Can we put up for everybody, please, exhibit number 9?
Go ahead.
You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw driving through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver of that same vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Will you please put up for everybody exhibit number 169, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
See the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw drive through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver?
Yes.
What's going on with that front passenger window?
Looks like
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
it looks like it's rolled down.
So if someone had, before this incident, painted that window black, covered it in a black paper bag, and taped it up with duct tape, and then rolled the window down, would that have prevented you from seeing through the front passenger window?
Objection, speculation.
No.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Who was the person depicted in exhibits number 120, number 9, and number 169?
Darrell Brooks.
Thank you.
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name.
The objection is noted. However, the jury is
You already-
advised to disregard as it's not testimony. It's a comment. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And I appreciate the patience of everyone as we concluded with that witness. We will now take our lunch break. It's 12:58. I'll give the jurors, I'll have the parties come back at 2 o'clock and the jurors probably shortly after that. So thank you, everyone. Please rise for the jury. in. And I just will state, in case it wasn't clear, Mr. Brooks asked about an inmate communication form. I have not reviewed my mail today, so I can't tell you whether I've received anything, but I'll take a look, and at the next break, if need be, we can address that.
And I just wanted to state that I'm here. I'm here under special appearance on behalf of my client with all rights reserved.
All right, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called to next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Officer Christopher Moss.
All right, officer, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First name is Christopher, C-H-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R. Last name is Moss, M-O-S-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How were you employed?
Currently employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I have been a sworn law enforcement officer for 14 years.
All of your time was spent with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Who else did you work for?
6.5 years was spent working for the City of Oconomowoc Police Department, and a year, or just over a year, was spent working part-time for the Village of North Prairie Police Department.
Were you working for the City of Waukesha on November 21 of 2021?
I was.
Do you recall participating in the Waukesha Christmas Parade that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was your role, please?
For that event, I was tasked with the City of Waukesha Police Department's Honor Guard unit. Specifically, I was part of the Color Guard, which is the group that leads the parade carrying the American flag and the state of Wisconsin flag.
And so you were there right at the beginning of the parade, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you remember about what time the parade kicked off?
Approximately 4 p.m.
Did you march the entire route of the parade?
I did.
Did you complete the parade?
Yes, I did.
Without incident?
Without incident.
And after you completed marching the parade with the Color Guard, did you go someplace?
Yes, upon completion of the parade route, as we were the first entity to finish since we led the parade, I subsequently returned to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And why did you go back to the department?
That evening I was assigned to late power shift, which is from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m., and I was designated to work area 308.
Okay, so you marched in the parade with the Color Guard, then you were going to go work a full shift that evening?
That's correct.
As you were back at the police station, what do you recall happening?
As I was changing out of my Honor Guard uniform into my duty uniform, I heard multiple police sirens emanating from the downtown area. I subsequently checked our reporting system and observed that there was a call for service that officers were responding to in emergency fashion, reference a subject with a knife.
And where was that response directed to? What location?
I believe that response was directed to the area of Frame Park in the City of Waukesha.
Did you do anything at that point?
I was still technically off duty, so I continued to get dressed quickly in the event that they needed additional resources to that location.
And did you ever get called to that location, sir?
No, I was never called to that location.
What happened next?
As I continued to monitor my handheld radio while still getting dressed for duty, I heard via our primary channel fellow officers screaming hysterically on the radio, requesting people to respond to the downtown area and the parade route.
What did you do?
Got dressed as the fastest I've ever gotten dressed before, and subsequently sprinted out of the police department, entered a fleet, and responded in emergency fashion to the downtown area.
Specifically, where did you go?
I arrived in the area of Clinton and Main Street.
And can you briefly describe for us what you saw when you arrived at that intersection, sir?
Upon arrival, to describe what was just absolute chaos. As I exited my fleet, I looked east and westbound on Main Street. There were civilian subjects lying on the ground in every direction I looked, screaming, yelling, etc.
Did you attempt to render aid to these individuals?
I did. I ran in a westerly direction between Clinton and Maple, attempting to render aid to 2 elderly female subjects.
Did you, at some point, leave that duty and speak with Officer Skolton?
Yes, I did.
Where did you speak with Officer Skolton?
In the vicinity where I was, I ran into Officer Skolton, who approached me from a westerly direction. Upon making contact with him, he advised that he had fired rounds at a red Ford SUV, specifically an Escape. I asked him if he was okay. He stated that he was, and he subsequently said that we needed to find the vehicle.
And did you in fact set out to try and find this vehicle?
I did.
Prior to Officer Skolton telling you that, did you have any vehicle description?
I did not. The radio traffic was complete chaos with people screaming about injured participants of the parade being all over the downtown area.
So where did you go to look for the vehicle?
As I was moving my fleet near Donny Boy's Tavern on Main Street, I subsequently observed a male Hispanic running towards me, waving his hands frantically to garner my attention. And as I asked him what he needed, he subsequently stated he knew where the vehicle was.
Did you understand what he meant by that?
I clarified with him that he was speaking of the vehicle that was indeed involved in the incident in the downtown area, as well as the vehicle that Officer Skolton had fired rounds at. He confirmed this, and I subsequently told him to get into my squad car and began traveling with him.
Do you know the approximate time this was occurring?
The subject approached me at approximately 4:49 p.m.
And so you took the citizen with you in your squad?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did he direct you to a specific location?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Where did you travel?
From my location where I met up with this individual, we traveled westbound on Main Street and subsequently made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on Maple Street. We traveled approximately 2 blocks to the area where I subsequently located the vehicle in the driveway.
How did you know it was the vehicle you were looking for?
Based off what Officer Skolton had previously described to me as a red Ford Escape, I observed a heavily damaged red Ford Escape in the driveway of 338 Maple. This particular vehicle was heavily damaged in the front end. I also observed that there was clothing embedded in the hood, as well as a headband with blue lighting hanging from the side mirror. Additionally, I observed a bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
Did you secure this scene?
I did.
What did you do?
As I exited my fleet, I drew my firearm to clear the vehicle to ensure that it was clear of persons that could potentially harm me based on the information that I had garnered up to this point. And after that was done and rendered clear, additional resources that came to my location, we secured it by taping off the entirety of this particular residence as well as the street.
When you cleared the vehicle, were there any subjects present inside the vehicle?
There were not.
After you had secured the scene, did you have an opportunity to take photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what device did you use to capture these photographs?
So each of our City of Waukesha police squads are assigned a cell phone. I believe this one in particular was an iPhone. We utilize that to capture photographic evidence as well. So I utilized the cell phone from the squad.
All right, I'm going to ask that exhibit number 99 be put up for the witness, please.
Go ahead.
Sir, do you see Exhibit 99 on your screen? If not, it'll be up in a minute or so. Just let me know, please.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize the photograph to depict?
It depicts a heavily damaged Ford Escape in the driveway.
And where is this location?
338 Maple in the city of Waukesha.
Is this a photograph you took
Yes, ma'am, I took this photograph.
using your iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 99 is received, permission to publish is granted, the objections overruled.
Sir, is this what the vehicle looked like when you first observed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had testified earlier that you were able to see some articles of clothing on the vehicle. Do you see those items in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please point them out? And that's a touch screen in front of you so you can mark it with a dot or an arrow or whatever you choose.
Okay. So here on the hood, near the windshield, was a hat, and then clearly seen hanging from the driver's side mirror is a headband that's partially illuminated.
What do you mean illuminated?
This particular headband had multiple, appeared to be blue LED lighting.
Okay. The front of the vehicle, it appears to me that the front bumper is laying on the ground. Is that accurate, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
May we take the annotations down?
Yeah, we can deal with that. Thank you, Judge. So to your knowledge, no one had touched or disturbed this vehicle, at least since the time you were present, before you photographed it?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you may answer.
To my knowledge, no, there was no manipulation of this vehicle prior to my arrival.
Okay. And at some point, did you look inside the vehicle? And I don't mean just to clear it of persons, I mean take a closer look inside the car.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was your purpose in doing that, sir?
Due to the nature of what was happening and the exigency of trying to identify who may have been inside the vehicle, I did locate documentation of identifying in nature.
And do you remember the name on that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was the name on the paperwork inside the vehicle?
The name on the paperwork inside the vehicle was one Darrell Edward Brooks, Jr., male black, date of birth 2/21 of 1982.
In fact, was there more than one piece of paper inside the vehicle containing that same personal identifying information?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, there was more than one item.
I don't see a front license plate in this photograph. Do you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Where's the license plate?
May I draw?
Yes.
It was determined later that this is actually the license plate
Okay.
on the front.
Not from the photograph, but from your recollection, was the rear license plate clearly visible?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, the rear license plate was clearly visible on the vehicle.
Did you attempt to run the license plate for this vehicle?
Yes, I did via police radio.
What information did you learn about the registration of this vehicle?
The vehicle displayed a Wisconsin registration plate of A. Adam D. David P. Paul 9256, which listed to a Don L. Woods out of the city of Milwaukee.
Do you remember the approximate location of the street where Don Woods lived?
Objection, hearsay. Irrelevant.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I do not recall that information.
You just remember City of Milwaukee?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And the vehicle was registered to Don Woods solely?
Objection, leading. Relevancy of who's it related to?
The objections are noted. I'll sustain as to the form of the question and ask Attorney Upper to rephrase.
Was the registration only in one person's name?
From what I understand, it was.
Okay. Do you know the relationship between Don Woods and Darrell Brooks?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, ma'am, I do not know the relationship.
At a later point, as you were, well, strike that, let me ask this. Did you remain with this vehicle for some time?
Yes, for some time.
And were other resources, law enforcement and other resources called to the area to deal with this vehicle, sir?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And as that was occurring, are you aware of other police activity that was occurring nearby?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was that, please?
I had heard via police radio Officer Luling advised that he was out with a subject in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is just a couple blocks away.
And did you hear Officer Luling indicate a name for the subject that he was out with?
Yes, I did.
And what was that name?
Officer Luling aired over police radio that he was out with a male subject identifying himself as Darrell Brooks.
All right, sir, thank you. I don't have any other questions. We can take down 99. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one other question about 99. I apologize, Your Honor.
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She may answer. She may ask.
Do you know what time you snapped that photograph of Exhibit 99?
Yes, ma'am, I took that photograph on the date in question at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You're cross, Mr. Brooks.
You stated that you were flagged down by a Hispanic male running at you waving his hands. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Do you recall his name?
I do.
And would you state it for the jury and for the record?
His name is Abel Liscato.
And do you recall if Mr. Liscano gave you any additional information during your traveling to where the vehicle was located?
I don't understand your question.
You stated that Mr. Liscano got into your vehicle and you traveled to where the vehicle was located. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Liscano? How do you say it, Liscano?
Liscano.
Liscano. Did you learn during your travel to where the vehicle was located? Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Liscano?
Not while we were traveling to the vehicle.
So you traveled to the vehicle in complete silence?
No, he was trying to direct me with the location of the red Ford Escape.
Did he say he saw anyone driving the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So all he told you was where the vehicle was. He didn't tell you if he saw anyone driving it?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
The witness may answer the question as long as he does not answer with hearsay. Go ahead, overruled.
Can you restate your question, please?
So all that the Mr. Liscano already told you was the location of the vehicle, not if he saw anyone driving?
I object. That question calls for hearsay response, Your Honor.
I would agree hearing that again. Sustained.
Did he at all tell you that he saw someone in the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
It's hearsay. To ask him what Mr. Liscano told him would be hearsay.
So all Mr. Liscano did was just direct you to the vehicle?
That's correct.
That's all you guys talked about during your trip to the vehicle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. It was asked, and I previously sustained the objection. So next question, please.
When you were able to locate the vehicle, where did Mr. Liscano go?
Once the vehicle was located, I had Mr. Liscano stand by in my fleet until other officers arrived to assist me, and then I transferred him over to someone else.
Do you know if he made any report at that time?
Define report.
Did he make any report to law enforcement at that time?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Do you recall Mr. Lascano yelling that there were subjects standing outside of the building? Were
Objection,
near
Your
the
Honor.
vehicle?
I'm going to excuse the jury while I take up a legal issue. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated. Mr. Brooks, before I have you question this witness any further, it sounds like to me that you are attempting to offer through this witness the statements made by Mr. Lascano. If that is what you are trying to do, you may not do that. You will have to call Mr. Lascano as a witness if you so choose, if he's on your witness list. But that your questions are seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness. That's why I had the jury removed so I could explain my ruling and why I'm going to direct you not to ask this witness questions about what Mr. Lascano may or may not have said.
I'm reading directly from his report.
That would be double hearsay then, because it's not you need Mr. Lascano here to say what he told this officer. If you are attempting to offer it for the truth of the matter asserted, which is what I believe you are doing, you're attempting to establish the veracity of something Mr. Lascano either said or didn't say through another witness. That is hearsay.
So it's not hearsay for the prosecutor to bring up.
I'm not going to talk about other rulings. There's been an objection by the state, and I'm sustaining the objection, and I'm directing you not to ask this witness questions that would call for this witness to say what Mr. Lascano said. That is hearsay. That is textbook hearsay, Mr. Brooks.
And then I don't think it's fair for me to object to hearsay from the prosecution along the lines of the same type of thing.
I'm not going to have a debate on what may have come in previously. I know you've made a number of hearsay objections, many of which the answers that were being provided were not hearsay. But I would direct your attention to 908.01 of the Wisconsin statutes. You have that book in front of you that I provided to you a number of days ago at the beginning of this trial or near the beginning of this trial. There's the definitional section of the statutes, which defines hearsay. It also, and then if you go on to 908.02, that's obviously one you may want to look at as well. And then 908.03 has the exception. So unless you can give me an exception, sir, as to why this witness should be allowed to answer those questions, I'm going to, again, direct you not to ask these questions.
I'm reading directly from his report, the report that he wrote. Nothing is coming from. I'm reading directly from his report. That's what I have.
Doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
You said what?
That doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
So
it
his report is
creates another
hearsay?
level of hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
So
not this witness made, but what another witness made. So you have to.
So I can't read from his report that he wrote.
You can't ask this witness questions that call for a hearsay answer unless there's no objection from the state. Or you can convince me there's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies. Do you have an exception you'd like to offer to the court?
So I might as well not read the report that he wrote then if I can't question him about the report that he wrote.
That's your misunderstanding, sir, what is hearsay. And all I can tell you is I'm sustaining the objection. I'm going to bring the jury back out, and we'll go from there. All right, Madam Clerk, bring the jury out, please.
Clear bias. clear by this.
Mr. Brooks, I understand
I
you
don't-
may
I don't
disagree
consent to
with
or agree to
the,
being called that name. For the record, again, I'm here as a third-party intervener on behalf of my client. I don't know why that's not understood by now. So I guess I can't bring up the plaintiff either, huh? Tacit agreement.
All rise.
thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Continue with your questions, sir.
Well, I gotta tread lightly.
The jury will disregard that last comment
I don't know why.
and that one as well.
Bias.
It's not your opportunity to testify. You'll be given an
I'm not
opportunity
testifying.
should you choose
I'm
later,
not
sir, but
testifying.
please question the witness.
If I could ever get to it, I'll do that.
And again, the jury will disregard that statement. It's not evidence.
You made reference to a hat being on the hood. Can we pull Exhibit 99 up again?
Are you asking the state to do that, sir?
Yeah, can it please be pulled up and
Sure,
published?
it can, and it will. The jury can let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please. All right, it's in the jury box. Continue, please.
You testified to this being a hat, right?
That's correct.
And from this picture, can you tell what that is?
Not specifically.
So how do we know if that's a hat from looking at this picture?
From looking at this picture, it would be difficult to determine if that's actually a hat.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what that is.
Based on this picture, you're right.
Based on this picture.
Based on this picture, I'm not able to determine what that item is.
Would it be also fair to say we can't even determine if that's outside or inside of the vehicle at that point?
I would disagree and say that is on the exterior of the vehicle,
And how
between
would
the
you make
hood.
that assumption if you can't tell what it is?
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Can you clear that?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You can definitively say from this picture that you can tell where the item is based on this picture.
Yes.
Are you going off what you found or what you can see from the picture?
I can see from this picture that that item is on the exterior of the vehicle between the hood that is destroyed and the windshield.
So it's on the hood?
It is between the hood and the windshield of the vehicle.
And you can tell that from this picture?
Objection, asked and answered.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained as to both grounds.
from this picture, you could tell what this is?
Yes.
Just from the picture?
Yes.
And how do you come to that determination?
Based on the fact that it's hanging on the exterior of the vehicle from the driver's side mirror, that it is in the shape of a headband, and it is partially illuminated in this photograph with LED lighting.
It could be fair to say that it's anything. Would you not say that that's fair? Just from looking at the picture, it doesn't necessarily say, or it's not 100% identifiable from this picture. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Just from strictly looking at this picture, you can't positively say what the item is.
Objection. That's a mischaracterization of his testimony.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Clear the photo.
You're asking Madam Clerk to please
Clear the
clear it?
photo.
Mr. Brooks, I'd ask that you show some deference to my clerk and not bark orders at her and use simple courtesy. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Will I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Please ask your next question,
Will I
sir.
be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Please ask your next question.
I will. I just want to know if I'll be awarded the
I have been.
same.
Thank you. Please continue.
Did you talk to anyone who lived in the residence?
I don't recall the specific persons I talked to or where they resided.
So it's fair to say you talked to someone.
There were multiple people outside of the residence and in the area at that time that I spoke briefly to.
But you don't know if any of them was the renter or owner of the driveway?
I do not recall.
Do you recall asking anyone if the vehicle belonged to somebody who may have stayed in that general area?
I do not recall asking that question to anyone.
You did state that you cleared the area. Would that be fair to say?
No, I stated I cleared the vehicle, not the area.
Did you clear the area?
Eventually, we did clear the back portion of the residence to ensure there were no suspects or victims.
Who is we?
Persons of law enforcement.
And did you wait until law enforcement came before you started to do that? Or did you start on your own kind of? Or?
Upon arrival to the location of the suspect vehicle, I was by myself, so I initially cleared the vehicle to ensure that there were no potential threats to myself. When I advised dispatch that I had located the suspect vehicle, numerous officers came to assist me and were there relatively quickly to help me secure the area.
So would it be fair to say when you found the vehicle that you didn't locate anyone inside the vehicle?
Correct. No one was located inside the vehicle at that time.
And you also stated that you cleared the vehicle for possible threats to yourself. If no one was in the vehicle, what did you need to clear the vehicle of? What would be the threat?
Based on, again, as I earlier stated, what had occurred in the downtown, plus the fact that Officer Skolin had fired rounds at this vehicle, I was unsure who or what may be inside the vehicle. Given the time of day, as it was becoming dusk, it was getting harder to see outside. So to ensure my own safety, I cleared it the way I earlier stated.
So would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up. You took this photo, correct?
That is correct.
So that would mean you were, at least by that time, sure that no one was in the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So did you clear the vehicle before taking the picture or afterward?
I cleared the vehicle before I took the photograph.
Did you find any threats in there?
After I initially cleared it, no. It was deemed to not be a threat to my person.
Did you do any other investigating after you had took this photo?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you do any other investigating after you took this photo?
After the photographs were collected of the vehicle in place from multiple angles, I did locate identifying information inside the vehicle.
What I'm asking is, so let me back up. So that was the extent of your investigation was finding whatever you found in the vehicle at that point.
Correct.
Grounds.
His
I'll
answer
withdraw.
was- Thank you.
Correct.
So when you were clearing the vehicle, would it be fair to say that you could have done the same investigational work at that time?
No, that would not be fair to say.
And why not?
Because when you're clearing a vehicle to ensure that there are no threats to you, you're not looking for anything specific as far as evidentiary value. You're looking for a threat to your person.
So you would clear the vehicle of threats after being in the vehicle to do that, and then go back into the vehicle and look for, or start investigating rather.
Correct.
Why not do them all at once? Is that a procedural thing or
Asked and answered, Your Honor, I object.
grounds?
Sustained. Next question.
Is it usually procedure to investigate later on after clearing for threats?
Yes, you always want to ensure that where you're working on an investigation is clear of threats and that you are safe.
Would that be the same protocol if you were searching a home?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Relevance.
And you may mention that the vehicle wasn't, I guess I would say, touched or between the time that you were flagged down with the location of the vehicle until you actually observed the vehicle, you stated that you don't believe the vehicle was touched in any way in that time?
Objection, that's a misstatement of his testimony.
Grounds, you said something similar to that.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you sure that the vehicle was not touched in the time that you were flagged down about the location of the possible vehicle and observing the vehicle?
I am unaware if the vehicle was manipulated in any fashion from the time that Mr. Lascano flagged me down and to the time that I located the vehicle in the driveway.
Do you know approximately how long it took you to get to the vehicle when you were initially flagged down about the location of the vehicle?
I do not know how long it took me to get to the vehicle upon being flagged down.
So it's possible that it could have been manipulated.
Yes, it's possible.
At the time that you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect identification or name?
Can you restate your question, please?
At the time you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect or name of suspect?
No, I was unaware of any names of any suspect involved in the incident at the time I located the vehicle.
And when did you learn of that information, if you learned of that information?
I only learned the information of a possible suspect upon locating the identifying documents inside the vehicle and subsequently providing that information to dispatch.
at the time you found that information, did you immediately regard that information to be the possible suspect?
Yes, since it was in the vehicle that was heavily damaged, the red Ford Escape with the bullet hole in the windshield, yes, I believe that that information indeed belonged to a suspect.
And at some point you ran the license plates number. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, I did.
And you also stated that it was registered to someone that was not the suspect. Would that be fair to say?
As far as I know at that, or I'm sorry, as far as I knew at that time, I did not know if the person registered the vehicle to was a suspect or not.
You also stated that you found identifying paperwork in your investigation of the vehicle. Did that information match the identity of who the vehicle was registered to?
No, the identifying information, again, for Mr. Brooks that was inside the vehicle did not match the registration on file with Wisconsin Department of Transportation for the registration of the vehicle, which was Don L. Woods.
For the record, I don't identify by that name. Yet again, stating that for the record.
For the record, the jury will disregard that commentary by the defendant, and it also mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
It does not. I was just stating for the record.
Again, the jury will disregard that
So-
commentary as Mr. Brooks is not presently testifying.
The information you found in the car, the vehicle was not registered to that person, correct?
That's correct.
So there's a possibility that at any time, multiple people can utilize that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation. Sustained.
Would you agree that a vehicle registered to one person and information found by another person constitutes that more than one person used the vehicle?
Objection.
Grounds.
Go ahead.
The question was, does that prove that more than one person could drive the car? That's an improper question.
That wasn't the question.
Well, sustained as to the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
State that last part again.
It assumes facts not in evidence, your question. Your next question, please.
Is it fair to say that people leave all types of information in family members' vehicles at any time?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Ask your next question, Mr. Brooks, please.
May I have the grounds, please?
The objection has been sustained. Ask your next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
The court's not answering that. The record is self-evident.
Is that a tacit agreement?
Here's what I found.
Sir, I don't know what a tacit agreement is, so please keep going.
Clearly know what it is. Would it be fair to say, and this is along the lines of the same question, would it be fair to say that at some point you've left items in other people's vehicles?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Next question, please, sir. I've sustained this question multiple times, multiple
wasn't
ways
the
you've
same
asked it.
question.
Next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
90611, sir.
May I have the grounds?
Next question, please.
Is it to relevancy? Is it to hearsay?
Under 906.11, ask your next question or I will cut off your cross-examination. Please ask your next question,
You
sir.
have to give the grounds, though, Your Honor. Especially if I'm merely just asking for the grounds of the sustain.
Sir, ask your next question.
What's the point of me asking questions if I can't ask anything?
The jury will disregard his commentary
Can't
that he
even
just
ask
stated right now.
Do you recall speaking to, well, you said you spoke to a few people you didn't know if they were the owner of the house or the driveway or the renter. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone you spoke to give you a description of a possible driver?
I was given multiple descriptions by multiple parties of multiple suspects that had fled the vicinity of the vehicle.
And what do you mean by multiple descriptions of multiple suspects? 2, 3, 4 people, 5?
I was given information that one male black suspect that was taller, wearing blue pants and black, had run southbound on Maple towards College. Additionally, I was given information that two shorter male blacks wearing gray sweatpants had run in a westerly direction from behind the residence at 338 Maple. And then later I was also given another description of a male black, unknown height, wearing like a gray sweatshirt and pants.
You said medium height for the last description?
Unknown height.
Unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. Unknown height. Did anyone you talked to report the sound of a crash?
No, no one I spoke to at this location reported anything regarding the sound of a crash.
Did you see any signs that there may have been a crash once you and other officers were securing the area?
As far as the vicinity around the vehicle or the vehicle itself?
The general area.
As far as the general area, given the time of day, I was unable to determine if there was any signs of a crash in that vicinity.
When talking to the people that you, while talking to the people that gave you the descriptions, did they identify themselves as living close or living in any of the houses in that area?
No, due to the chaotic nature of the event, I did not ascertain where these individuals lived or if they were associated with any neighboring residents.
Do you know if they made any other statements to any other law enforcement that was there present with you at that time?
Not to my knowledge.
Why do you think you received so many different descriptions of suspects?
Multiple people from multiple angles observed different things, and there was a lot of people there. It was a very chaotic event. Even this particular scene was chaotic and hectic with numerous people coming to and from, so it was difficult to determine that information.
Did any of the people that you spoke with give any reason to why the suspects that they identified would run from the scene?
Objection. Speculation
Grounds.
also calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds.
Next question, sir.
Here we go with this. Do you recall any of the officers that were securing the scene with you having a K-9 present?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what officer that was?
That was Officer Bausman, who was a K-9 handler with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And eventually you left the scene where the vehicle was found and started searching the area?
Yes, I transferred command of that location to Officer Butron and had him remain at that scene for scene security with additional City of Brookfield officer. And then myself, K-9 Officer Bausman, and numerous other police officers from various departments conducted an area search as we were conducting a K-9 track based on the information I had obtained of multiple suspects running from the area.
And do you recall what time you went back to where you initially observed the vehicle?
I do not recall what time I made it back, but it was some hours later.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
I do.
May you state for the jury and for the record?
Yes, upon arrival to the police department, I was directed to make contact with District Attorney Sue Opper.
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yes, that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray cardigan.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Attorney Opper.
No objection, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
And do you recall what the nature of the contact was with Attorney Opper?
Yes, I was directed to locate Attorney Opper in the downtown area at the scene of the parade incident and subsequently transport her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So I'm assuming make contact with her at the parade, so you went and picked her up?
That's correct. I picked her up in the area of Maple in Wisconsin. Correction, I'm sorry. The area of Maple and Main Street.
And did you continue that contact after picking her up? And let me back up. Where did you go after picking up Attorney Opper?
As I stated, once I picked her up, I transported her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And did you continue to have contact at that point?
I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
District Attorney Opper and I worked together to draft a search warrant for the 2010 red Ford Escape SUV that was in the driveway of 338 Maple Street.
You said a search warrant?
Correct.
Initially, when you secured the vehicle and then investigated the vehicle after securing it, what did you need to search for at that point that you needed a search warrant?
After I had cleared the vehicle and located those items of identifying nature, that was done due to the exigency of the event and identifying any outstanding suspects. After that was done and photographed in place, I resecured the vehicle and It was no longer touched at that point, so therefore, later on, it was required to have a search warrant to continue processing that vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
So you just stated that the vehicle wasn't touched between those times. So what if anything new did you need to search for?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
The basis of the search warrant was to ensure that, again, any items of evidentiary value I may have overlooked due to, again, the exigency of trying to find identifying information of an outstanding suspect, as well as clearing the vehicle for safety reasons. That is the purpose of the search warrant, is to do a more slow, methodical search of the vehicle for said items of evidentiary value.
But it would be fair to say that after initially clearing the vehicle, for, as you said, for any possible threats to you, and investigating the vehicle further a second time, what did you feel would be of evidentiary value at that point that you hadn't already observed before?
Objection, asked and answered.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds. I'm referring to him stating the evidentiary value.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
So what was the evidentiary value that you were looking for
Same objection.
with the search warrant?
It's the same question a different way, so I'm going to sustain it. It's been asked, it's been answered. Next question, please.
Can you give an example of what evidentiary value is?
Something of evidentiary value can really be anything that's pertinent to the case. An example would be like a shell casing or a spot of blood that can render DNA results, things of that nature.
Did you find any of those things when obtaining the search warrant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Well, that's factually inaccurate, Your Honor.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
Did you find, upon obtaining the search warrant, were you able to find anything of evidentiary value?
Same objection. Assumes a
Grounds.
fact, not an evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. It assumes facts, not an evidence. Please rephrase and establish a foundation related to whether this witness performed that subsequent search.
After obtaining the search warrant, did you yourself go back and search the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall what officer was dispatched to do to execute the search warrant?
No, I do not know who ultimately searched the vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
Do you recall if the vehicle was then towed from that area at some point?
Yes, the vehicle was removed at some point. I do not know when or by whom.
Do you recall where it was moved to?
I do not know where the vehicle was moved to.
You stated earlier that you did observe a gunshot in the windshield. Did you notice any other bullet marks?
No, the only mark that I observed related to a gunshot was the bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
And was that, you said on the passenger side, was it to the passenger side window, the passenger side chair, the passenger side dash? Do you recall where the bullet hole was?
As I previously stated, it was in the windshield, front windshield, on the passenger side.
Were you at any time given a copy of the search warrant?
Yes, upon completion of the search warrant, I was given a copy. The original went over to the command center.
is it standard protocol that being that you were the one that obtained the search warrant, is it usually a thing where you don't have to be the one to execute it? Any other officer can execute it?
Based on the requirement of the search warrant to process this vehicle for items of evidentiary value, that's beyond the scope of my training and experience. So therefore, it was relayed to persons that are capable of actually doing that.
But you can, you said it's beyond your level or something. I didn't catch where you said it was beyond your level or something.
It's beyond my scope of training and experience.
Beyond your scope of training. The actual writing of the search warrant isn't above your scope and training. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
But the execution is?
Of this particular search warrant, yes.
What made this particular search warrant different than any ones you've ever written or obtained before?
This particular search warrant was for a search of the vehicle involved in the Christmas parade incident. And given the gravity of the situation and the resulting effects of what this vehicle was used for, persons that are highly skilled in collecting items of evidentiary value are obviously the people we want to do that rather than a patrol officer.
And you were able to get that search warrant signed, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember by whom?
Yes.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
At that time of the search warrant, the on-call judge was contacted, and the on-call judge was the Honorable Jennifer Darrell.
That would be the judge right now in the courtroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that complete your part of the investigation for that incident at that time?
Yes, upon getting the search warrant, I was relieved of my duties.
Did you ever come back into the investigation in any way after that point?
After that point, no.
After your part of the investigation ended, were you able to obtain any more information that you didn't know the night of your investigation?
Objection, vague, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Please ask your next question.
Do you recall having any more contact with Attorney Opper after that initial night?
No.
When were you aware that it was a possibility that you could be called to testify in this matter?
When I received a subpoena to testify in this matter.
Excuse me, I didn't.
When I received a subpoena to testify in this matter.
Was that subpoena served to you by the district attorney's office?
Yes, it was.
Was it served by Attorney Opper?
I don't recall who served me directly. I believe it was via electronic.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was a few months ago.
So it's pretty recent, but a little time since you received it.
Yes, that's fair to say.
Would you by chance know who the plaintiff is in this matter? Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Ever seen or talked to the plaintiff? Had any physical interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague and compound
Grounds.
question.
Sustained.
You even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
You know who filed the complaint in this matter?
The complaint was filed by the district attorney's office.
Do you know if it was filed by Attorney Opper?
I don't know particularly who filed the complaint. I just know it was by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
And during your time in law enforcement, would it be fair to say that whoever files the complaint is a party to the matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds
please.
for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
Any reason why the state of Wisconsin would be identified as the plaintiff when they did not file the complaint?
Objection, argumentative, misstatement of the law.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question, please.
Was that the grounds?
Next question, please.
The jury deserves to know this.
The jury will disregard that last statement.
They need to know.
I've sustained the objection, sir. Ask your next question, please.
I'm aware that it was a sustain. I'm aware. I just wanted to know the grounds. You can't keep hiding stuff from the jury.
Mr. Brooks, the court is not hiding anything from anyone, and the jury will disregard that last statement. It is not evidence in any way in this case.
Would it be fair to say that any case has a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Lack of foundation beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
Sustained.
Would it be, can I rephrase the question?
Go ahead. I can't say whether it will be answered or not, but you can go ahead
But
and rephrase it.
I can't rephrase, just so we're clear. Whether it's answered or not, I can still rephrase the question.
I don't know what the question will be, sir, so I can't make a ruling that's advisory. So ask your next question, please.
Are you aware that in any case brought into a courtroom, there has to be a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same question.
Grounds is
It
not
also
the same
misstates
question.
the law, so sustained.
If there's no plaintiff, how's there a case?
Move to strike.
The jury will disregard the last comment and statement made by Mr. Brooks.
Grounds. There's a
It's a
defendant, there has to be a
misstatement
plaintiff.
of the law. It's not relevant. This jury will be the judge of the facts. The court is the judge of the law. Please continue, sir, or under 906.11, I will stop the cross-examination.
If there's a defendant, there has to be a plaintiff.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. The jury will also disregard that statement. It's a mischaracterization of the law. It's a misstatement of the law.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
And I'll address that with Mr. Brooks once again after the jury has been excused. One final time, you may ask another question. Otherwise, I will, and it must not be along the same lines, or under 906.11, I will ask the state whether there's any redirect.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
It's also vague, so I'll sustain it.
So the grounds is vagueness.
And relevance.
Is it vague or is it relevant?
Sustained, Mr. Brooks. Next question.
So since your initial night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter?
Correct.
And have you seen any news reports?
Objection, relevance.
Can I finish the question?
There's been no identification, so under 906.11, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question. I don't see how it would have any relevance. I'll let you make an offer of proof after we're outside the presence of the jury, and if necessary, you can recall this witness. Next question.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions. I would like to finish at some point.
Sir, finish your cross-exam as to
Just
that
said
limited.
no further questions.
Okay, but as to that limited topic only. So if there are other things outside that topic, please finish your questioning.
I just said 2 times. I'm going to say it again. No further questions.
All right, thank you then, sir. State have any redirect?
No, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may be excused. I'm going to excuse the jury momentarily to take up a legal issue with the parties, and hopefully we'll have you brought back out shortly. You can use this opportunity for a comfort break, though. Please be seated. You may make an offer of proof, sir, as it relates to why or what questions and what information you believe this officer would provide about news reports that he has seen.
So the offer of proof would just be to that one question?
What would the question be?
The question was, would have been, if I was allowed to finish it, had he seen any news reports directly connected to the incident?
But what's the relevance?
The same thing that many other witnesses have been asked, and it was never sustained then. It was never even objected to. So it was the same. It was essentially
Let's focus
one of
on
the same
the
questions.
specific objection that was posed, and my
what was the grounds for
willingness
it?
to give you an opportunity to provide the court with an offer of proof. This was what relevance would this particular witness seeing news reports have to his testimony?
The same thing that any other witness that was asked the same question.
Which would be what? You have to be specific, sir.
I
I'm not
was
gonna
specific.
assume I understand what you are saying.
Have they saw any reports related to the incident? That's the same question that's been asked by numerous
Well, there would
witnesses.
be a follow-up to that. So how is it relevant to this witness's testimony?
It's relevant to anyone who gets on the stand's testimony.
What's the legal basis you believe it's relevant to his testimony, sir?
It obviously forms an opinion.
Again, you need to explain to me, sir, the legal basis why you believe I should allow that witness to be asked that question and then any follow-up based on his response.
What would have been the follow-up?
I'm asking you,
got
sir,
asked and it would
you're
have got
the
answered.
one who's the proponent of this particular testimony and this questioning and the evidence. So explain to me your legal basis for why you believe it's relevant to ask, or any other reason, any legal basis you believe it's that I should allow that question to be asked.
I don't understand how you want me to answer that. I've stated the reason why I asked the question.
No, you stated it's obvious, but it's not obvious to me, so I'm asking you to explain it.
I also stated that I just clearly stated, that it goes towards biasness.
I'm
that
sorry,
would
it goes
be
to
relevant.
what? Wait, it goes to what?
Biased.
Bias?
Biased.
No, bias, B-I-A-S. There's no T at the end. Bias. I want to make sure I understand your
now it's a
reasoning
problem with
correctly,
how I
sir.
correct
So
something.
it's
How to
you're
pronounce
saying it
something.
goes to bias. How does it go to bias of this witness, sir?
How would it not go to if you see something in the news?
It's not a proper legal argument, sir.
Okay, well, I don't know how you want me to answer
How
that.
would what he saw subsequent to his investigation impact either what he did beforehand or his testimony here? You have to make an offer of proof as to that. Without that, I'm not going to allow it.
You didn't allow it anyway, so what do it matter at this point?
I'm giving you the opportunity. It's called an offer of proof.
Okay,
I said
know
I would
it.
recall the
I'm well
witness
aware-
if I
I'm well aware
determine.
what an offer of proof is.
Okay,
I'm well aware.
so make your offer of proof.
I don't need to. It's clear. It's very clear. I don't see anything funny either.
It's not funny, sir. It's a circular argument. You're telling me that it's
to you.
clear.
I wasn't referring that to you. The person that it was referred to know who they are.
Well, let's stay on task, please. So
I'm trying to.
you're
but it's
claiming
hard.
it goes to bias,
May I
but
say
in
this?
what
May
way?
I say this for the record, Your Honor? It's hard to stay on task when it seems like the prosecution can ask essentially anything they want to ask.
Mr. Brooks,
But then when I object-
I had
Wait,
an
wait.
objection before. Well, here's the thing: you want to go off target, and you want
It's
to
not
bring
off
up
target.
things from the past. I can't explain to you why sometimes the state has an objection and other times they don't. But
That's not what I asked.
when an objection has been made, it is my obligation to rule on it. And so there was an objection.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. But I'm also aware of the fact, and it's clear that I object quite often, and every single time I object is just thrown to the side every single time.
Well, I would disagree with that characterization, sir.
And why
I
would
make
you
my
disagree with
rulings
that?
in this
Why
case
would you disagree
based.
with that?
I'm like
Can
an
you point out
umpire.
one time?
I'm like an umpire in a baseball game, sir. I call and see the legal objections as I see them. That is my role, and that is what I do. And
are you kidding me?
That's exactly
Your
what I
Honor.
do. I'm an umpire, sir.
Your Honor.
I am a referee in this trial.
If you're the
And
umpire
let me
with
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish,
Okay.
Mr. Brooks.
I
Okay?
apologize. I'm letting
So,
you finish.
sometimes parties make objections, sometimes they don't. There can be a variety of reasons. You make a lot of objections in this case. From my perspective, okay, you make a number of objections, I rule on them, and you disagree with them. But that doesn't mean I'm casting things aside. I'm making a call based on the rules of evidence. So, for example, if there's a relevance objection, I'm going to analyze that, okay, based on the objection that's been made. Sometimes I might think there's another basis for something to either come in or not come in. But my rule book, okay, is the rules of evidence, which are the statutes, which once again, I'll point out, I gave you, sir, near the beginning of this trial, so that you would have a better understanding of what those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine. But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand what they are. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense for any of this. Okay, and you getting frustrated with me because you don't understand that, I mean, it's just what it is. But I'm calling these legal shots as I see them. And I've asked you repeatedly for an offer of proof. You want to ask this witness who had limited involvement regarding a part of an investigation related to that vehicle. I don't see the relevance, even to bias, for which I will allow him to answer that. You haven't given me a legal or factual reason to overrule the objection. and to bring the witness back on the stand and to question him about his viewing of any news reports. So with that, we are going to take a very short break. The jury's been out for a little bit, but I recognize it's 3:25. It will be a good opportunity for a comfort break, and when we come back on, the state should be prepared to call the next witness.
Can I release at least rebuttal to what you just said, since you asked me not to?
I don't need a rebuttal, sir. You may not agree with me, but I've made
It's not
my
about agreeing.
record.
You just told me not to interrupt you, and I didn't. So I at least deserve the chance to put on the record a rebuttal.
What would you like to put on the record as it relates to the specific issue for which I was giving you the opportunity to be heard? Not anything else, not subject matter jurisdiction, not
Now you
whether
said
the
that.
state's doing
I didn't
other
even
things.
bring that up,
I'm
Your Honor.
only asking you to address the offer of proof.
No,
if
I
you
wanna-
have something, go ahead. But
I wanna-
only as it relates
I
to
want to
that.
address your position because you said you're like the umpire, right?
Well, I'm not getting. Okay, go ahead, sir. I'm not sure why you need to respond to
Because-
that.
Because it needs to be on the record. If you're the umpire, that means you're the referee.
That's what I'm doing here
when-
today, sir.
And when you're not reffing fair if the jury's not allowed to hear things that's important for them to know.
I respectfully disagree, sir. Again, just because you believe the law means you have a right to question all these witnesses about who the plaintiff is and about subject matter jurisdiction
I
doesn't
didn't question
make it
anybody
so.
about that.
Okay?
That was
it doesn't make
between
it
you
so.
and I. That didn't have nothing to do with a witness. I've
You
never
want to
once
question
questioned a
these
witness
witnesses,
about subject
sir,
matter
about
jurisdiction.
whether they are aware of complaints. And the funny thing is, sir, I sometimes let that question be answered for reasons that are completely different, I believe, than why you want them in. I am not going to explain that because I don't have to
You can't
explain
say
that.
what's my reason for asking it.
Well, I believe you've made it very clear, sir. So here's the bottom line.
I don't.
One of my roles is to be the umpire.
Then you got to
All
be
right?
fair, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
I am fair, and I'm
No,
going to
you're
follow
not.
the
You're not
rules
being
of
fair.
evidence,
Your
sir.
Honor,
that
this is
doesn't
why I
mean
say that.
unfettered questioning
This is
of
why I say that.
witnesses that are not relevant or that call for hearsay or for a variety of other reasons that are speculative. There's a whole host of reasons in the rules of evidence, sir, that require me to make those determinations.
You're not being
I
fair.
respect
You're not
that
being
you
fair,
might
though.
not think it's always fair, but
It's
I
not.
disagree with the characterization. I think it has more to do with your lack of understanding of the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure, which you knowingly and freely and voluntarily and deliberately made a choice to represent yourself. And
And
as
you keep
I
saying
warned
that
you at
because
that
it sounds
time,
good
sir,
on the
you did
record,
that
but
at
it's
your
not.
peril.
It's not accurate. You accepted when you gave me the paperwork, Your Honor. I
I'm
gave
not-
it back to
I'm
you.
not going in. I didn't say that, sir, so we can go back and rehash all of those things.
But you know you accepted
All right.
the way that I gave you the paperwork back. So once
And
you
I made
accept
findings
that,
on the record, which I will stand by, sir. So
and I'm not,
with that,
I'm not
we're going to
arguing.
take.
I'm not arguing your findings.
I
I'm
need
not
a comfort
arguing
break.
the findings,
I'm sure
Your
you
Honor.
need a comfort break. I'm sure everyone else in this courtroom needs a comfort break. When we come back out, we are going to continue with.
That's
testimony.
fine, but it has to
Thank
be
you.
fair. You
I'm
have
off
to
the
be
record.
fair.
One more witness today?
I would like to get through one more
You got
witness
it.
today.
You got
Thank
it. You got to
We're
call
off
it
the
fair.
record, sir.
You got.
Sorry, Teresa. Thank you. Be seated. I don't need an all rise when it's like that. Before I have the jury brought out and the state calls its next witness, I want to bring to the party's attention that the court just now issued a decision and order in this case. I've signed it. Madam Clerk is pulling it through, and I will provide the parties with a written copy here in court. It addresses the matter of subject matter jurisdiction.
So we're going to address it?
No, I've issued an order. I'm going to give it to you. That's why I'm addressing it. You can review it later, but there's a written decision now denying your motion to dismiss.
So is that including verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be verified or proven.
Mr. Brooks, you keep making that statement, but it's a misstatement of the requirements in the law.
So it doesn't have to be proven?
You are going to get a written decision. That's how I'm addressing this. And then I'm going to have the jury brought out and just providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
I accept for value and return for value this document.
Thank you for noting that. All right, bring the jury out. State has its next witness, I presume, ready to go?
Yep.
All right. When the jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision and order speaks for itself, sir.
Is it verified proof that you have it?
Sir, I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proving yet.
Yeah, it's the same for both.
There's no verified proof if we're in common law or admiralty law. What court is this?
Sir, I believe your answers will be in that decision and order.
I don't believe so.
Well, have you read it yet?
I don't have to.
Okay.
I
well,
accept
they're
it
in
for
there.
value in return for value, so
All right, they're in there, sir. It's a final order for
verified
purposes
proof
of
is in
appeal.
there? Verified proof
So
is in
if
there?
you'd like to challenge that, you can take that up with the appellate courts.
Verified proof is in
All
there?
rise.
Because I don't think it is. Proof of claim is not in there either. No one has a claim.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called to next witness.
State calls Carlos Arachiga.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Arachiga, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up near me, to the right of me. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Carlos Arachiga Nolasco is my second last name. C-A-R-L-O-S, Carlos, and then A-R-E-C-H-I-G-A, Arachiga, and then Nolasco, N-O-L-A-S-C-O.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, back in November of 2021, were you living here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
What was your home address on November 21st of 2021?
338 Maple Avenue, second unit or upper unit.
Okay, that's a duplex?
It's a duplex, yeah.
Were you home at 338 Maple in the upper unit on the afternoon of that day, the 21st?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point hearing a noise or something that was out of place outside of your window?
Yeah, during that time I was sitting down, and to my left is a window that looks down to the driveway, and when I was sitting down I heard like a big scratch, sort of kind of like just a rough scratch of either metal or whatever. And as soon as I look out, because the window's right there, I just peeped open the blinds, and I was able to see that there was a vehicle that I had never recognized. And as soon as I looked over, I was able to see just somebody being able to get just jump over the hood of the car, kind of dash away. And when I saw the car, I just saw that it was really beat up. And my first instinct was, like, who is this? I hope our cars are okay. Wasn't really sure what was going on. Sorry.
Could you describe the vehicle for us that you saw in the driveway?
It was a red vehicle, SUV, bigger, not a sedan, not a truck, not a pickup truck. It was just a red SUV.
When you looked out your second story window at the driveway and you saw the vehicle, at that time, could you see whether there was any damage to the vehicle?
Yeah.
Actually answered that already.
Overruled.
Said it was
You may
beat up.
answer.
Yeah, I saw damage to the vehicle. It was mostly at the hood of the car. You can see damage to the front windshield as well. I was able to even see sort of kind of like a lit up headband on the rear view mirror, or the side view mirror, kind of hanging right about, kind of inside or on it, I guess you can say.
Okay. When you looked out the window, had the SUV already come to a stop, or was it still moving?
It was at a complete stop when I looked out the window.
Okay. The person you described earlier, where did you first see that person?
Already outside of the vehicle, like I said, jumping out mostly over the hood of the car. And as soon as that happened, I instinctively kind of just shut down the blind. And since we live in a duplex, I thought it was somebody from downstairs that maybe crashed into one of our cars. Maybe they caused an accident, and I tried contacting the people downstairs right away. So I wasn't really in much of a threat, I guess you can say, but I was just confused at the moment.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I want to ask you a couple more questions about this person that you saw. Was this person directly below you in your vantage point, or was it off to the side?
It was more.
Relevancy.
Overruled. He may answer.
It was more towards the side. Wasn't really below me. Sort of leaving my point of view from the window.
Did you see what direction that person went after they jumped over the hood of the SUV?
It would have been sort of straight ahead, kind of towards the left of the driveway, so I couldn't see them anymore. We have two windows, one in the bedroom, one in the living room, and if I was in the bedroom, I would have been able to see exactly where they went, but they just went left from my point of view.
So would that have been toward or away from Maple?
Objection,
that would
being
have
the
been.
witness.
Hold on. If there's an objection, wait until I rule on it. And overruled, the witness may answer.
It was towards Maple Avenue.
Did you see that person reach Maple Avenue?
No.
Why not?
The point of view from the window doesn't really let me see towards Maple Avenue or Maple Avenue altogether.
Okay. After the person went out of your field of view, is that when you tried to contact your downstairs neighbor?
Yeah, because I assumed that it was maybe somebody they invited over because I really didn't recognize the person, and I tried contacting them to make sure they knew who it was or who the person was.
From the moment you first looked out your window and saw that SUV until the moment that the person we've been talking about went out of your field of view, did you see any other people outside your window?
No.
Did you at some point go downstairs to investigate?
Yeah, that was during me going downstairs. I was trying to contact the people downstairs because they always invite people over, and that was a vehicle I've never seen in my life. So I assumed maybe it was one of their friends, somebody. So when I went downstairs, I sort of came to the front of the vehicle. I was able to see the damage up front. The hood was really beat up. You could see it steaming a little bit. So when I contacted the neighbors, one of them actually told me that they'll ask around. He came back to me. He said, "That's nobody's car." They all came out. We were all kind of surrounding it, and we were still confused as to why the car was there. And at that same time, when we were looking at the damage of the vehicle, people were leaving downtown Waukesha from Maple Avenue from the library going the other way. And some of them were running, some of them looked scared, some of them, one of them told us to call the cops. We were kind of confused as to why. And, mostly because we saw the vehicle. And we tried not touching it. We tried just leaving it be. One of the people from downstairs called the cops, and we waited a little bit. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to go back inside, and I was sort of inside for the rest of the afternoon until the car was removed.
When you first started standing around the vehicle with the other people you talked about, do you remember approximately how many people were standing around the SUV?
It would have been the three main neighbors that we have from downstairs, two of their girlfriends, I believe, and then two of their other friends would have maybe been around like 6, 7. And then my mom was also down with me, and then I was there with her. But we tried not really interacting with the vehicle. We were telling everybody not to interact with it.
And was it at that time while you were standing with those people around the SUV that you saw other people running down Maple?
Yes.
And what direction were they running?
They were heading towards the restaurant La Estacion, heading towards kind of like the train tracks, leaving from the library from Maple Avenue.
So would that be running north or running south?
I guess if you're looking at downtown Waukesha, I guess that would be north. I guess if south is heading towards downtown, north would be heading away from it.
Okay, let's put up. Can we please display for the witness only exhibit number 130?
Go ahead.
And can we zoom in on the right middle of the screen?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Well, I'm going to ask you to show the witness a map that does not have the annotations. So I'll sustain your objection. Do you want to tell me when to turn it back on?
Sure.
Okay.
Objection. What's being looked up that's not already in the exhibit? Looked like something was being looked up.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Is it
They're
exhibit? Is it?
looking for an, can
I guess my objection would be: is there an exhibit being shown, or is there being
There's
something
nothing shown to the witness right now. It's off. Was it exhibit 130? It's 130. Was it ever received? Not yet. No. So you objected. I sustained the objection, and so I told the state not to show the map with annotations.
Okay.
So whatever they're doing in response to that, I can't answer.
Something popped up on the screen to look like they was trying to Google something, and then now my screen is off now.
It was actually the water truck.
So that wouldn't be an exhibit.
I didn't see anything, so we can take that up later if need be, but let's keep going with the questioning of the witness, and we can deal with that later, outside the presence of the jury.
Just for the record, I know it's 140 exhibits, so it shouldn't be no more than that. You can't create exhibits right now.
Well, we'll get to any legal issues later, so if the state can continue, please.
I'll try to clear this up without any more exhibits for Mr. Brooks. When you are standing in your driveway facing Maple Avenue, if you wanted to go to downtown Waukesha, would you go left or right?
Left.
Objection. That was asked and answered. He asked north or south, and he already answered that question.
This question has not been asked or answered, so your objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
And I'm sorry, you can answer that again.
It was left. Yeah.
And if you wanted to go to La Estacion or the train tracks, would you go left or right?
It would be right.
So the people who were running past your house on Maple, were they running towards downtown, or were they running towards La Estacion?
Towards La Estacion.
Sorry, was there an objection?
Asked and answered.
It was clarification, so his answer may stand. The objection is overruled.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were standing around the SUV with those other people, how much time had gone past between that time and the time that you first heard the noise and looked out your window upstairs?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
I would say that it was maybe around 2 minutes, not even that much, because I still had to get my shoes and everything. I wanted to go downstairs, and at the same time I was texting the neighbor from downstairs. So I would say a little bit of time passed by before I went downstairs.
Okay. Can we please show for everyone exhibit number 65, a video which has previously been received?
Go ahead.
Just wait for a thumbs up from the bailiff. Okay. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yeah.
Tell us what we're looking at here.
Right now we're looking at sort of the side of the building that's from Les Paul that's facing my house and facing Maple Avenue. That house in the corner is my neighbor's house. I know them as the Loxes, and over there to the left where the perimeter of the fence ends, that's my house with the brick sort of kind of pillars and balcony. That'd be my house.
Okay.
So I know I could see what the witness was pointing to.
We're going to have Nancy.
So very well. I just wanted, it's kind of difficult for me to put that on the record, so if you can have some further questioning, that would be good.
Sure. That screen in front of you is a touch screen, as long as you use your
Okay.
finger. Can you circle your house for us?
It would be right here.
And we're at the 0 second timestamp on this, just for the record. And then if we could clear that, please. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to pull up the Zoom tool again. And we've zoomed in on the top left quadrant of this photo, of this video. If we could play here from the beginning.
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Overruled. It's been admitted already. He testified his house is in it.
Pause. At the 27-second mark, we pause there. Sir, do you recall, well, let me just back up there. Did you see on the video there a figure emerging from your driveway?
Yeah.
Could you circle that figure for us?
Right here, and then
thank you.
right there as well. Yeah.
And
vehicle.
what's the second thing you circled?
Just a vehicle.
Okay, let's clear those two circles, please. Does that figure, understanding the limitations of how far away this camera is, does that figure appear to be consistent with the figure you saw hopping over the hood of the SUV?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
At the time of my sort of testimony, when we got a visit from detectives, I told them that I did see a figure. I remember saying that he had a hoodie. At the time, I told them that I wasn't really sure of the color of it, and when I was asked again the next morning, I just told them that maybe it was like a gray or white, but I told them that maybe it was part of the stuff that I saw on top of the car. I remember seeing scarves on top of the car, that headband that was white with colors. So at the time, it was like a flash, and I was, what's it called? I can see that I was sort of correct because it was a year ago, and when I gave my testimony, I said everything I could, like that I remembered at that time, which was person I saw had a hoodie on. Wasn't really able to see them face to face, but I can see that they were sort of leaving the car, jumping over the hood of the car, and just kind of, yeah.
Okay. And you did not see that person's face?
No.
Okay. Let's play just a couple more seconds here before we hit play, though. I'll just ask you to focus on the figure we've been talking about. And pause. At 31 seconds. Based on what you've seen so far in this exhibit, does that figure appear to be traveling in a path consistent with what you remember?
Yeah.
Objection, hearsay. You say you can't see the street from the window.
Overruled. He may answer the way that question was phrased.
When I mentioned the direction of the person that I saw leaving, facing my driveway, obviously there's an exit which connects that entryway where all the cars are parked, and then our driveway where our garage is, and sort of the way that I saw the person leaving was towards the left of my field of view, which would be heading towards Maple Avenue.
Okay. I'm now going to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 66. Do you recognize the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the side of my house that faces kind of the other side of Maple Avenue, I guess you can say.
Okay. Are we on the same side of your house as the camera angle from the last exhibit?
No, we're not.
On the other side?
Yeah, the other camera on the school building was facing the right side of the house. This is facing the left side of the house.
Is this how your house appeared on the night of November 21st, 2021?
Yeah.
Move exhibit 66 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 66 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Do Do you see a vehicle in your driveway in this picture?
Yeah, it's the red SUV that I described.
Okay. We'll show now for the witness only, please, exhibit number 67. You recognize this exhibit?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at my driveway, and then my house is to the right. And sort of, this is kind of like the area that we were sort of looking at the car from. We approached a little bit closer, but that's sort of what I saw that night. That is what I saw that night.
And actually, Judge, just to be a little more efficient with time, I'm going to move through the rest of these photos and lay the foundation and then move them all in at once.
Go ahead.
Sorry. All right. We'll show the witness only, please, 68. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the car, or the SUV, sorry, that in my driveway. To the left, you can see a little bit of a kind of like a stump, a log, and I recognize those logs from the backyard of my neighbor's house, and it was sort of dragged all the way to our driveway as well.
We'll show the witness now, exhibit 69, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the other end of the driveway where all of our cars are. We can see to the left one of our vehicles, the white SUV, and then the two vehicles, the blue SUV, and then the sort of the brown sedan. Both those cars are not mine; they're our neighbors' vehicles. But one of them's in the backyard, and one of them's in the driveway.
Exhibit 70 for the witness only, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah, that's the other vehicle from our neighbor's house. So all three, those are all their vehicles. And if you look further down, you can see the other set of houses that are what's it called? Or the other set of houses that are on the same street from my neighbor's house. Our backyards connect.
Let's show the witness number 71, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of all these photos?
Your objection to relevance is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
Do you recognize what we're looking at in 71?
Yeah, that house, the White House, or sort of the one that's not to the side, to the right, that's my neighbor's house. And then to the right, that's sort of the back part of our house, first floor.
We show the witness number 72, please. Do you know what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, right here, those are sort of some of the logs, or as I mentioned before, one of the logs that one of them was actually dragged into our driveway, and they had a few of them, sort of for, I'm assuming, sitting down, and this whole area was kind of messed up. This part of the yard is not our part of the yard; it's our neighbor's yard. But they had logs over there, and they were kind of just as decoration. And looking at this area, when we went to go see, one of them was missing, and everything else was kind of beat up in that part of the yard.
And finally, 73 for the witness only, please. You recognize what we're looking at here in exhibit? I'm sorry, there was an objection.
Where's the relevancy of this? Where we're looking at?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. I believe the witness is going to explain.
You can see sort of remains of like some of those logs or like those stumps of logs that they had, and seems to be a car part from the vehicle as well.
Okay. Do exhibits 67 through 73 accurately portray your driveway, your backyard, and your neighbor's backyard as they looked the night of November 21st?
Yeah.
And you went outside and looked at these things yourself, correct?
Yeah, I did. Before the cops sort of arrived, when we were sort of hovering around the car, and my neighbors were contacting the police, I was trying to see if any damage was done to our vehicles, because that was our main concern, since we had no idea what happened with the parade or anything. We just tried to go see what happened to our driveway, what we needed to worry about, but yeah.
I'd move exhibits 67 through 73 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. No relevancy.
Court notes the objection. It's overruled. Exhibits 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
Okay, we'll start publishing number 67, please.
Can the jury let me know if the monitors are on in front of you? Not yet? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So you previously testified about what's in this photo. That's the red SUV we've been talking about, correct?
Yeah.
And we are facing, if you're the person taking the picture right now, are you facing towards Maple or away?
Away from Maple Avenue.
Okay. Let's take a look at 68, please. This is just a close-up view of that red SUV.
Yeah.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What is this?
It is the red SUV in my driveway, all beat up.
And you referenced a stump earlier when you were describing this photograph. Can you point that out for us? Maybe circle it for us?
Objection. Relevancy as to a stump. What does that have to do with?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That stump of log would be sort of on that part of the picture.
The left side of the picture?
Yeah, the left side of the picture.
Can we please clear that, Madam Clerk? Was that stump in that position in your driveway before you saw this red SUV?
Objection. No. Relevancy.
Overruled. It's relevant. The witness may answer.
No.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 69, please. So what direction have we moved as we go from Exhibit 68 to 69?
We have moved more back of the driveway. We have moved looking, instead of the left side of the house, we're looking at the left back side of the house.
So we're moving away from Maple?
We're moving away from Maple Avenue.
Okay, and you already talked about these three cars. Can you just remind us what these three cars are?
That white SUV, that's one of our vehicles. The blue SUV is one of my neighbor's vehicles, as well as the brown sedan as well, as we can see from this picture.
Do you know if any of those three vehicles sustained damage on November 21st?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. He was asked if he knew, not what he heard.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
From when we were looking back during that area, when we saw our neighbor's yard, when we saw everything, I couldn't really see like damage right away from any of our vehicles. However, it's not in this image. It's in the other image that I was shown earlier. There's a black SUV to the right of that brown sedan. That vehicle did have a little bit of a sort of some damage. What's it called? But apart from that, no, everything else was fine.
Let's move on to Exhibit 70, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of this?
The exhibits have been received, so the state may question the witness on them.
What direction have we moved from the last picture to this picture?
We are now towards the back of my building or my house.
And if you're the person who took the picture, did we turn to the right or to the left or not at all?
We moved a little bit more towards the left, just getting a better angle of the back side of the house.
But now we're facing to the right?
Yeah, but now we're facing right.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead.
Do you know where Prospect is?
Prospect is it's a one-way street. You can't enter from Maple side, but you can enter from the back side of Prospect.
Do you see a street light in this photograph?
Yes.
What street is that street light on?
That's Prospect.
Okay.
The one-way street.
And the the black SUV you talked about a moment ago, is that in this photograph?
Yeah, that SUV right there.
That's the SUV you described as having been damaged?
It was honestly not that much, just sort of kind of like the front of the SUV. There was a vehicle, however, if there was another image as well, looking at sort of the area, sort of the path that was between Deluxe's house and the backyard. That one did sustain some scratches.
If we go to the next photograph, exhibit 71, please. Okay. See the street light again?
Yeah.
Is that the same street light we saw in exhibit 70?
Objection. Answered that already. Same street light, same question, basically.
Different picture. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
It is.
Do you see an orange cone in this photograph?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do.
What, if anything, do you see in the immediate vicinity of that orange cone?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
In that sort of area, I see the black SUV. Right in front of it, I see some of those stumps of logs that I mentioned before. One that we saw previously was in my driveway, but some of those were kind of left behind but moved from place, from their original spot. Yeah.
Can we zoom in on the middle of this photograph, please? Do you recognize an object within a few inches of that cone?
Objection.
Yeah.
Speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do. Well, what's it called? I can see what it is, but I don't personally recognize it.
When you say you don't personally recognize it, what do you mean?
Leading. Objection. Leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I've never really seen it. It looks to be like a beanie, but I've never really seen it. Our family doesn't own it. We don't own it. It's not ours.
So you've never seen it in that backyard before?
No.
We zoom back out, please, and move to exhibit 71. Excuse me, 72. These are the stumps you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
What direction is the photographer facing now?
Whereas we were facing sort of turning right, or I guess we were facing the left side of the building. Now we're facing the right side of the building, the same side that the video camera from Les Paul was facing in the previous video.
Okay, where's Prospect in relation to the photographer?
Prospect would be behind the photographer.
Okay. Is this what these stumps looked like earlier in the day on November 21st, before you saw the red SUV?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
They do not, no, or they did not. They were set in place on the ground, and they were sort of a little bit more together because they were like a seating area for my neighbors.
Okay. Let's move to exhibit 73, please. The car part you referenced earlier, is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And to your recollection, was that car part in your neighbor's backyard before you saw the red SUV on November 21st?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
No. My neighbor's backyard is pretty well kept up. They have a really nice backyard, and they don't have any garbage, nothing in their backyard.
And we now go just for the witness, exhibit 143. You recognize the vehicle in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the vehicle that I mentioned that sustained a little bit more damage, and it was like I mentioned before. It was through the pathway that sort of connected to Lox's house and sort of their collection of or sort of their parked vehicles as well.
And where in the vehicle do you see damage? The front, the back, both, or neither?
Leading. Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It is on the back side of the vehicle, towards the left, or towards the driver's side, back left.
Can we show the witness only, please? Exhibit 144. You recognize this photograph?
Yeah.
You see the same vehicle?
Yes, it is the same vehicle.
And what are we looking at here?
We're looking at now the driver's side still, but the front side of the vehicle.
And now the witness only, please, 145. You recognize that photograph?
Yeah, this is sort of the like I said, the SUV, and to the right of it you can see another car. They have more vehicles sort of parked in that area, and to the left you can see sort of a balcony area. That's sort of like that little area. I guess you can see a little path that connects that sort of driveway or parking area towards their yard. And it's narrow.
Are exhibits 143, 144, and 145 accurate photographs depicting the scene as you recall from that night?
Yeah.
Move exhibits 143, 144, and 145 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Relevancy to this matter.
All right. The exhibits are received. That's 143, 144, 145. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, we're looking at 143. This is the vehicle you described?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we've got it up on the jury screens too. Now we'll take a look at 144, please. This is the front of that same vehicle.
Objection. Relevancy to this matter.
Overruled. The exhibits have been received.
It is now. This is the front part of the vehicle, driver's side still, closest to the house.
145, please. The balcony on the left, that's your next door neighbor's house?
Yes, and then to the right of it is one of their vehicles, and to the left is their balcony. We can still see it in a previous image that's facing Prospect as well.
Okay. And this is the same, this Infiniti we see in this photograph, that's the same vehicle we saw in the last two photographs?
Objection. Lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is, yes.
Prospect is where in relation to the photographer?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
The photographer, Prospect is to the back of the photographer.
So if you were to drive a vehicle between that porch and that Infiniti vehicle, straight through that alley that we're looking at right now, you would be driving toward or away from your house?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
If you're driving in between, if you're driving away from Prospect, in between the balcony, in between the SUV, heading that way, where the camera is facing, you'd be heading towards our backyard, our driveway, or the backside of our driveway.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yep. So seeing the damage to the SUV that was parked in your driveway, it would be fair to say that the hood was pretty jacked up. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. If we're talking about the red SUV,
the vehicle in your driveway.
There's multiple vehicles in my driveway.
The one that's specifically in your driveway. 68. Exhibit 68.
We can put that up.
Where is it 68?
You see it on your screen, Mr. Burke?
Yeah,
Is that the
yes.
one you want him to talk about?
Yes.
Go
yes,
ahead.
yes.
68 is published.
And for the record, I do not identify by that name or consent to being called. For the record. Can you see it on your screen?
Yeah, the image I can see two SUVs, our white SUV and then the red SUV that I mentioned is that's pretty well beat up.
It's fair to say that hood is pretty beat up.
You can say it, yeah.
And you said you observed the driver of that vehicle jump over the hood?
I wouldn't say necessarily jump over the hood. Like I said, sort of jumping over the hood. You can say like kind of like leaving, kind of going, sort of. It's a little bit hard to explain, but not necessarily sliding over the hood. Sort of going in front of the vehicle, sort of evading it.
So what would you characterize as a jump?
As a jump, I guess you can say, definition-wise, jumping is just jumping up and down, but colloquially, I guess we can say jumping over the hood of the car could be sort of evading the vehicle, going away from it, staying close to it, but sort of still being able to move in a quick fashion.
So would it be safe to say evading the vehicle? Well, let me back up. What do you mean by evading? Would that be trying to distance themselves from the vehicle, or what would you define as evading?
Evading would be sort of trying to get away. So if you have a certain path, you can try to move to the side, step aside, kind of jump over it, I guess you can say. And from the image, we can see that the damage not only is attached to the vehicle, but there's some damage that's sort of spread out from the vehicle as well. So jumping over it, stepping to the side of it, sort of falls within that same definition of jumping over the car, sort of evading it.
So that falls in with your definition of jumped over the hood with me. Would that be fair to say?
You can say.
And you said at one point when observing this, you closed the blinds at one point?
Yeah, our blinds are they were closed. We really don't have like anything to look at apart from the building, apart from our driveway. So when I heard the vehicle, or when I heard, obviously I wasn't really sure if it was a vehicle. When I heard the big scratch, sort of a halt, a scratch. As I looked out, as I peeped over the blinds, I was able to see the vehicle, and I was able to see the person sort of evading, jumping over the car, going away from the car.
You said you heard a scratch. What would you define that as?
Obviously not a scratch that you can say, maybe not like a chalkboard one, but sort of if you can hear maybe like metal or maybe something on concrete. I guess you can define it as a scrape. I guess you can say a little bit better.
Was it a loud crash?
You couldn't really say it was a crash. You can hear the sound that I heard. I defined it as a scratch, or I guess you can say a scrape, because it was.
I'm sorry, you can continue.
Because it was more. It was a little bit longer than just kind of like a big crash and it ended. You can hear something scraping.
So like a scrape.
Yeah.
But not a loud like bang.
Not necessarily, no.
And how long would you estimate you were observing before you closed the blinds?
I would say I would give it like a good 6 seconds. I would say 5 seconds. Yeah, it wasn't that long because, like I mentioned, I thought it was somebody from downstairs. I wasn't really I was more concerned about what happened in our driveway, just because I wasn't really sure what was going on.
Did anything get damaged in your driveway?
In our driveway, there was, I guess you can say, damage in however you may define it, like that log that we can see in the image was sort of dragged into our driveway. There was oil left in our driveway. There was debris left in our driveway as well. And if you could sort of count our backyard was pretty well beat up, sort of like you can see with our neighbor's backyard. The grass was sort of kind of beat up. Nobody really drives vehicles through that area, so it's pretty well kept.
So it's more like oil, logs, pieces of wood, that sort of thing?
Yeah, things were out of place from when we usually look at our backyard, or how it was that morning.
And you stated that you can tell the general direction of Maple Street from your window, but you can't actually see it?
Yeah.
So that'd be fair to say?
Yeah, because I know where my house is located, and I know what street it's facing, and I know what street or what is to the left of my house, and I know what's to the right of my house, so I know what general directions are around my house.
So if leaving your driveway, going towards Maple Street, if someone were to go right or left, at that point you wouldn't be able to tell?
If we're speaking specifically from my driveway, if you're heading left away from my driveway, not towards the garage or towards that sort of garage area, if you're heading left, you are heading towards Maple Avenue. There's no other way from it.
And once coming from your driveway, if someone was headed that way, once they got to Maple, would you be able to see them at that point?
Not on Maple Street, no. Like I said, I know where the general direction as to where Maple is, but I can't really directly see Maple Avenue from the window that I was at. The window that's to the left of my window is sort of closer to that street, but I wasn't there.
And you didn't get a description of the driver?
What was the question? Sorry.
You didn't get a description of the driver?
Of the driver? Yeah. When we were questioned, or when I was questioned by the detectives that visited us, I remember giving a good description of the driver. I said that he had a hoodie on. I remember mentioning that it was either a light gray, a white. Like I mentioned before, since it happened in a flash, some of the white that I saw was part of that scarf that you can see on top of the hood. And in a previous image, we can see something hanging from the side view mirror, which is also a white, I guess you can say a white accessory that has sort of like a light colored band. And so at the moment, those are some of the colors that popped up during my recollection when the detective showed up. And I could describe the driver as being very able to run, move from the vehicle. I was pretty sure as to it being not someone very young, maybe not an older individual, sort of physically capable of being able to run away and sort of still present within the moment of realizing what happened and sort of leaving the situation.
And you made that determination just by 5 or 6 seconds of observation out of your window?
Yeah.
You testified earlier that you saw someone, but you didn't see him face to face. That'd be fair to say?
Yeah.
And the logs that ended up in your yard, you stated that they came from your neighbor's yard. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know what they used those logs for?
That they were sort of placed around. They have a few decorations around their yard. They have a fireplace. They have some seating areas. Those logs were sort of just there to sort of sit down because they're little stumpy logs. They had some sort of, I mean, as you can see from the image, they're sort of put together by some metal band. So they're not really just there for use, but more they were just kind of put there for them to sit around.
So pretty much just, if they're out there in the yard, they may use them to sit on, some of that nature.
Correct, yeah.
You recall how many logs were out there?
Not necessarily. I can say maybe 4 or 3. I knew they were there, but I couldn't really tell you the exact number. But I have a general idea of what's in their yard.
And you stated at some point, you and friends or family member, I'm not sure which one you said, but y'all kind of gathered around the vehicle at some point?
Yeah. When I was the first one to head on down because I was the first one to see sort of the vehicle. When I went out, I tried contacting my neighbors from downstairs. They tried investigating, like if anybody had a red car, a red SUV, or anything, and he came back to me and said no. And I told him that there's a vehicle in our driveway, and so everybody came out. Everybody was sort of looking at the vehicle, and everybody was pretty confused because nobody recognized it as theirs or anybody they knew.
So it was more of a let's go see what he's talking about and figure out if it belongs to anyone type of thing.
That was the main purpose. We were trying to figure out what was going on because we never recognized the vehicle. We've never seen it before, or I've never seen it before. And as soon as I described it to them, they've never seen it before. And they have quite a few people around that visit them, or they had quite a few people that used to visit them a lot. And even then, they couldn't recognize the vehicle.
So what did you guys do from that point after coming out and kind of all collectively observing the vehicle? What did you do from that point?
As soon as that happened, not that long away, we contacted the police because we were concerned of like sort of the vehicle as to why it was left there, or who left the vehicle there, and so when we started seeing people leaving or heading down from Maple Avenue away from downtown Waukesha, we started kind of maybe speculating that it was probably involved in because everybody knew that there was a parade going on, and we started maybe recollecting that maybe it was part of the parade or maybe something happened, especially because when we were looking at people leaving the parade, some of them looked scared, some of them were kind of walking faster than usual, some running. We were a little bit concerned. We were just trying to figure out what was going on.
So it'd be fair to say at that point it was just confusion, no knowledge of anything happening at that point.
Since we weren't at the parade, no. At that moment, we just saw a vehicle in our driveway, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Do you recall what you were doing right when you looked out the blinds? Like, what were you doing leading up to hearing the scrape and then looking out the blinds?
Like I said, since I was, when I explained first when I heard the vehicle in the first questioning, I mentioned that I was just kind of sitting down. We have a chair, or not a chair, but we have kind of like a recliner couch, and I was just kind of having a regular afternoon. And since I'm right by the window, as soon as I heard something, I was able to try to investigate what was that noise, or what that noise was.
And at the point that you called law enforcement, do you recall how long before law enforcement came to the scene?
I personally didn't call law enforcement. Like I said, our neighbors called law enforcement. So I couldn't really say an exact time, but they were there fairly quickly. And as soon as they arrived, we were just told to get inside, back in the building.
I'm sorry, can you clear the exhibit? I forgot it was.
It happens.
I forgot it was
It's late.
there. Do you recall who took the photographs?
The photographs, no.
Were they part of the collective group that all kind of met up to figure out what was going on with the vehicle?
Nobody was actually taking photographs during that time. They were, the neighbors downstairs were, sort of, what's it called? They were just kind of inside the building, and as soon as I left the building, we were just kind of looking at it, and we were trying to figure out what was going on. At the moment, we were just trying to see if we can get help because we weren't really sure what was going on.
So the photographs that you saw on the exhibits today, was this your first time seeing those photographs?
The photographs specifically, yes, but the vehicle and the whole scenery, no.
No, just the photographs. Was what you saw today, was that your first time seeing those photographs?
These photographs?
Yes.
No.
So you've seen them before today?
Like I said, I was able to see sort of the what's it called? The whole situation, and I was able to sort of, be aware of what was going on.
I'm asking specifically about the exhibits, the photos. Had you seen those before today?
Before today, yes.
And do you recall who showed them to you?
It was mostly just detectives trying to figure out what was going on, sort of that line of questioning that I went through.
And you did say you don't know who took the photographs. Do you recall if the law enforcement that came to the scene took the photos?
When we were asked to go back inside, yeah. When they were trying to investigate what was going on, there was investigators taking photographs and people trying to figure out what was going on.
So to the best of your knowledge, you do know who took the photographs?
Not personally, no. There was people taking photographs, but...
So multiple officers?
Yes.
And that night of the incident, when the vehicle was found and the law enforcement officers were taking the photos, did you see the photos at that time?
No.
And would it be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to come and testify today?
I was subpoenaed to come testify.
Do you recall by whom?
By the, what would you say? Just by this, not the state, but the city of Waukesha, or the town of Waukesha.
District Attorney's Office, officer, or?
Just when I received the subpoena letter, it was just from Waukesha. What's it called? Not really. I don't recall any name specifically on the letter, but I just remembered I was being subpoenaed by the city of Waukesha.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
Maybe about maybe like a month before, or maybe 2 months before this happened, or
before today. You mean?
I wouldn't say exactly before today, but maybe before the trial, sometime in August.
The neighbor who's, as we saw in the photos in the exhibit, there was a neighbor whose car had scrapes. Do you recall if they filed any claim in regards to the scrapes?
In regards to the scrapes, no, just because they weren't actually there. I think they were actually at the parade, and since all of Maple was kind of shut down as soon as the police showed up, I think they had trouble getting in or getting to their house. So they got there late as soon as everything was cleared up, and the day after, they were able to see the damage to their vehicle, and they were able to sort of after that whole situation, they sort of knew what had happened, and they probably figured that the damage that was caused was probably from the vehicle that was in the parade. So I don't think filing a claim was probably their main concern at the moment, because yeah.
Do you recall having any conversations with the owner of the vehicle at some point? Maybe they may have wanted to ask if anyone heard what had transpired. Do you recall having any conversations with him about what happened that night?
Objection. Hearsay.
Grounds.
Well, the way that he asked it is just, did they have conversations? I'll let the witness answer that specific question without disclosing the content first. Did you have any conversations?
After, it was the day after the incident that I talked to the neighbor.
Was anyone else present in your home the night of the incident that may have seen anything to your recollection?
Not necessarily. Like I said, our neighbors were downstairs, and I had to contact them to let them know what was going on. I told, like I said, my little brother was there, but he has autism, so he's in his own world. And my mom was also in the building, and then she was sort of confused as to what was going on, because I had to go tell her, like, hey, like, someone caused damage to our cars, like, let's go see what happened. And what's it called? As soon as I did that, everybody was aware. But yeah.
Was your family vehicles damaged?
Our vehicles, no.
After you contacted your neighbors who were downstairs, do you recall anyone telling you that their vehicles may have been damaged in any way?
At the moment of the incident?
Yes.
No, they were all, at the moment of the incident, like I said, we were all sort of looking at the vehicle, and we were sort of walking around. There was a select few of us that went back, and then we were sort of seeing some of the damage that was made to the yard, and what's it called? We, as soon as they were calling the cops, none of them really, said that they had like damage to their car. I could see part of the black SUV that was sort of a little bit touched up, but it wasn't as bad as the Infiniti that was in my neighbor's house.
After the law enforcement came to the scene, I'm sure that you had brief conversations with them. Did anyone from law enforcement ever contact you again after that point about additional information that maybe you missed that night?
At the exact moment of the situation, as soon as law enforcement showed up, we were told immediately to head back up to our house, back inside. A little bit after, we were contacted by some detectives, and that was that same night. We were just contacted once, and then the day after the incident, we were contacted again.
So anytime after the day after, did you have any contact with any law enforcement about the incident of that night?
That day after I did, yeah.
And then after that, none?
After that, yeah.
Was that a ways off, a little time after, or was it still relatively close to the event?
So the first times that I was sort of contacted by detectives was the day of, the day after, and what's it called? And I was contacted later on by sort of victim help, but we never really reached out. But apart from that, not. And then I was contacted again before the trial as well. So that would be a little bit closer to the trial.
You just said victim help. Can you explain what victim help is?
Well, I couldn't really specify what it is because I really never reached out. But we were reached out by I don't know if they were in the organization or just help from the county for people that suffered from the parade. And we were also reached out because we were involved in the situation, just because our house was sort of in the whole mess, and
right, with
we sort of
vehicle being found in your driveway.
We were sort of pretty shaken up about the situation too. So when we talked to detectives, we were all pretty shaken up. I was pretty shaken up, sort of scared, sort of frustrated too.
Why didn't you follow up with victim care if you had, a few concerns after the incident? What prompted you not to follow up with victim care?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
On relevance grounds, I'll sustain the objection.
And are you aware who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Yes.
And who would the plaintiff be?
Plaintiff being sort of, or I guess you can say the defendant, Darrell Brooks.
The defendant would be the plaintiff?
Or not the defendant, but a plaintiff, or I guess, what's it called? Could you kind of sort of
The plaintiff would be who is actually bringing the claim.
Oh, the plaintiff bringing the claim?
Who's bringing the claim would be the plaintiff.
That would be this city of Waukesha, sorry.
The city of Waukesha?
I'm confused by the questioning, if I'm going to be completely honest.
And I'll object and move to
strike
strike
the
the line of questioning for relevance.
Grounds
Well,
answered.
He answered it. May stand. Next question, please.
And you stated that at that time you didn't, there was confusion about what was going on. So just so we're clear, you at that time you didn't learn any information about what had transpired at the parade at that time.
At that time, specifically, can you specify what time?
At the time that you observed the vehicle in your driveway and then had the initial, I guess, friends and family kind of like.
Oh, during that time window?
During that time, yeah.
During that time window, like you mentioned, as soon as I witnessed the vehicle, I had no idea what was going on in my driveway or what led to that vehicle being left in my driveway. And like I mentioned before, as soon as we being our neighbors from downstairs and my mom, we all went downstairs and we kind of looked at the vehicle, and then we started realizing what was going on as soon as we saw people leaving the parade, leaving away from downtown Waukesha, and we were able to sort of figure out what was going on, but not necessarily like exactly what happened.
And you stated you saw people running from the downtown area or from the other way. I can't remember which one you said, but you said you saw it was kind of like people were kind of all over the place.
Not necessarily all over the place, I would say. There was a cohesion as to the direction that people were leaving or heading towards. It looked like people were heading towards, not towards, but more away from downtown Waukesha. So
you said like a library coming from the way of a library or something?
The library is closest to the downtown Waukesha area, so they were heading away from that sort of general direction.
You made a reference to they was going towards the direction where train tracks were?
Yeah, so that'd be going away from Waukesha or downtown Waukesha.
Do you recall do you recall how many people it were? Was it a lot of people? Was it?
There was quite a bit of people, yeah. It wasn't just one person, two people. There was people. There was some people carrying their children. Some other people kind of with strollers and stuff.
So generally, like a crowd.
I guess you can say, but they were all sort of still in the streets, sort of still walking with all their belongings. Yeah.
Did any one of them mention what had happened at that time that you recall? Grounds.
Does call for hearsay. Do you want to ask him that? You just want to know if he talked to them?
I was asking, did he, to his recollection, did any one of the people that was moving away from the area, did they say anything that he recalls?
Calls for hearsay. Do you want someone to sustain the objection?
You could sustain.
Okay.
That'd do it. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Could we please put up exhibit number 66, which has previously been published? I'd ask to publish it again.
Go ahead.
And while we're waiting for that to come up on the jury monitors, I'll ask Mr. Arashiga, from the moment you arrived downstairs and saw the vehicle in your driveway until the moment that the police arrived, were you standing near the vehicle that whole time?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
So when the officers arrived, the first responders, I guess you can say, when they first arrived, we were not necessarily like right by the vehicle, but we were sort of in that general area, right by the balcony area. And as soon as they showed up, we were told to just get back inside. So we just walked back inside the building. But yeah, we weren't really right on top of it. We were just kind of by that area.
When you say balcony, you're referring to the front balcony closest to Maple?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
When you say balcony, what balcony are you referring to?
I guess I say balcony, but more like porch. In a previous photograph, or in another photograph, we were able to see some chairs in that porch area, and that's sort of kind of where everybody was hanging around. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to get back inside.
So you're talking about the backyard?
Objection, lady.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What yard are you talking about?
The yard that we were hanging around.
Yes.
That would be sort of the front yard, when the first responders showed up. Because as soon as they showed up, they told us to get back inside, and we went back inside right away.
From the moment you got downstairs until the moment the first responders arrived, did you see anybody else walk up to the vehicle?
Objection.
Aside from your group.
Objection.
Just hold on a second. We have to address
Objection.
Speculation.
Overruled. He may answer.
Sorry. So on the vehicle. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I forgot about it. I'm sorry.
Aside from the people in your group, the people you knew, from the moment you got downstairs and saw the SUV in your driveway until the moment that the first responders arrived, did you see anybody else walk up to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled. He may answer. Excuse me.
So between that time, no, nobody else, nobody else approached the vehicle. All the people that were around that area were people that were with my neighbors, and then just me and my mom as well. Nobody else walking from the parade.
Can we zoom in on the house and exhibit number 66, please?
Objection, relevancy.
It's previously been admitted.
Do you see the window that you were looking out of on the second floor in this picture?
Yes.
Can you circle it for us?
It'd be right about here, or yeah.
Can we please preserve that annotation, mark it as 66A, and I'd move that into evidence.
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Your objection's noted. 66A is received.
And I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down. Was he on your list of subpoenas?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay, then he may be dismissed. Or excused, sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have the instruction once again to read to you. Please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with you. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the weekend. We will see you Monday morning at 8:30. All rise for the jury. All right, I'll see everyone on Monday morning at 8:30. We are in recess. Thank you, everyone.